Hey, good morning, family. Welcome back. We made it a beautiful Wednesday. We'll call it a wonderful Wednesday. It is great to be alive and great to be with you. This is your morning destination for interesting conversation. It's the Nathan Ivey Show. Of course, powered by Sin Digital Media. Their mission is simple: amplify Black voices. Please take a second. If you like the kind of content that I'm creating, please take a second to like and in particular, share today's show. If you don't know, we are streaming live audio on the Spreaker Network, on the TuneIn Network, streaming live video on YouTube and Facebook. Good morning to you. On today's show, obviously, I want to talk about Cincinnati City Council member Jeff Pastor, arrested on federal bribery charge, among other charges. Who is next? Also, have you heard the news? CPS has decided to return to virtual learning. I'll tell you when. I'll give you the details. We'll talk about the fallout. Speaking of fallout, is anybody paying attention to Donald Trump? This mofo acting like he about to run a straight power move on the system, a straight coup, a modern day American coup. And it seems like the Democrats are just ill-equipped to deal with it. Meanwhile, Joe Biden's running right here talking about he's going to be everybody's president. And the Republican leadership won't even acknowledge that he won the election. They won't even acknowledge that the man won the election. So a lot of things to talk about, family, plus a smattering of other topics related to people, politics, and pleasure. This is the Nathan Ivey Show, Cincinnati's first daily digital talk show that focuses on the Black community. And why are so many Black people mad with Ndukwe, the former bingo player, Cincinnati bingo player that was working with the federal investigators? Why y'all mad at him? Y'all should be mad with the mofo that committed the crime. We are living in the last days in common sense, my friends, but we'll be through it together. We'll talk about it together. Here's my number. I'll throw it out to the ether and see what happens. 513-873-7134. Plus, there's a virtual learning opportunity for those on their way to college. I've got an interview scheduled in about an hour, about 8:30 a.m. this morning. So we'll talk about that, among other things. It's the Nathan Ivey Show, where nothing is funnier than the truth. Men are allowed to be men, and sucker MCs get dealt with. We'll get started in about 60 seconds. Please take this time to share this stream and don't go anywhere.
Scenery. Yeah. Everybody smoking all the greenery. Yeah. Close the match they were handed down to me. But I'm still fly, I know. I'm still fly, let's go. It could all be worse, I could be a hater like you. It could all be worse. Pills to make the man, but that poison's gonna kill you. From the inside out. So right now, say it with your chest now, say it with your chest now. I'm young, I'm free, can't nobody take me here and now. It's my time to run it out. It's my time to ride it. I'm young, I'm free, can't nobody take me here and now. It's my time to run it out. It's my time to run it now. It's your time. Oh, cheers to all the haters, cause you proved to me that rising to the top was my destiny.
The Nathan Ivey Show is supported by listeners. Go to www.patreon.com/Nathan Ivey Show and help Nathan keep the show independent. You're listening to the Nathan Ivey Show. One man, one microphone, one mission. Now let's get back to the flow.
Only a few will appreciate what's about to happen. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back. Here's my number. I'll throw it up to you before we even bring the cam up. Go ahead and lock me in. 513-873-7134. Again, welcome back. A beautiful Wednesday. Great to be with you. Nathan Ivey, as always. Many things to discuss this morning. I want to talk about everything. We know we got to talk about Jeff Pastor. Did you watch that press conference yesterday with the federal? Did you see that? Damn, homie. Dude is done. It's over. It's a wrap, unfortunately. And I hear people out here trying to criticize this bingo player. Y'all looking at the wrong He didn't commit no crime. It is what it is. Black, white, whatever. People belly aching. They ain't going after the black folks. Do the crime. You do the family. Simple act. Some of y'all killing me with this, I see on social media. What about the white criminals? Well, they should be brought to justice too, but what the hell does that have to do with Jeff Pastor or anybody else? Zero. Stop it. Also, CPS has made a decision. They are returning to virtual learning. Cut the music. I'm happy to see it because it makes sense. But what was the last month then? What was the last month? I mean, this is the right move to make. But again, as a grown person, I don't give. Listen, what was the last month? What was yesterday? So we'll talk about it. Also, Trump is acting like a dictator. He's making all these cool, tight moves. You know what I'm saying? You got mofos running around talking about he didn't win. He won the election. I'm telling you, we are living in the last days in common sense. There's a lot going on. We got COVID. We got the Trumpsters. We got a lot to talk about. 513-873-7134. Good morning to you. Welcome back to the last honest place in America. I don't know what they do anywhere else in the media, but right here, we keep it absolutely 100 on all things. If you can't appreciate that, if you want to be lied to, this ain't the right spot for you. If you want to be lied to, this ain't the right spot for you. If you want me to tell you things that I know are not true, but it'll make you feel good and sleep good at night, this is not the right spot for you. It's not the right spot for you. You can go ahead and turn it off right now. You're going to be irritated. I'm going to trigger you this morning. I'm very good at this. Don't even waste your time. You're going to be real pissed in about 20 minutes. So don't even do it. Good morning to you. 513-873. I'm just warning you off the top. This ain't for everybody. I've learned that over the years. I don't do a show for everybody. Everybody's not going to like what I do. I'm okay with that. I'm okay. I'm 100% with that. Again, 513-873-7134. You can also text into the show, whether you're on Spreaker or you may be on YouTube or Facebook, and I'll read your comments as they come up. I want to play this audio from yesterday, man, with the federal investigators, man. Dude looked like he was mad. They was pissed at Jeff yesterday, man. Just not a good look. And, it's funny because, me doing my thing, I remember 3 years ago, election night. And I was making the rounds. You know me, I want to hang out with the winners, not the losers. Nothing against you. But you go to some of these city council, events, or not city council events, but these campaign events, and the candidate didn't win. It's just a downer. The energy's all off. I don't want to be there. I want to hang out with the winners. So I was making a round 3 years ago, and I remember going to the Jeff Pastor campaign event. It was downtown. I forget the name of the bar down at OTR, a little side street. And I just came walking up at the right time as the election results are coming in. It was just so much emotion. It was tears. He was there. His wife was there. All of his friends and supporters. And I was thinking about that yesterday as I was watching these federal investigators talk about how 5 months after Jeff Pastor became a city council member of council, he was open for business. Bags of cash, they said. Taking trips down, to Florida, talking with developers. And it looks like now it was all a setup for years now. Like going back to 2018, doesn't that even predate what happened with Tamaya Denard? Like all this. And, I just think about all the lies that were told. This big ass sham that was told to us, from him in particular, over these last couple of years. I mean, it is what it is. You got to do what you got to do. It is what it is. You got to do what you got to do. But damn, homie. Now, he was getting more money. He was trying to get more money than Tamaya Denard. Remember, she got caught up for $15,000, which is not a lot of money. I still say, she ain't got people around her that can let her hold $15,000. That's it. That's nothing to some of these folks walking around here, man. There's folks out here that can produce $15,000 like that. It's nothing to them. It is what it is. But Jeff was going for the bag. He was going for the bag. It makes me not. Pastor supporters were calling me saying I was doing gotcha radio and I was wrong to talk about some of the stuff that we saw. Like how you get elected city council, all of a sudden you change the zip codes, got a big old house. What? It just looked wrong. It looked real crazy. And I'm not saying it was anything improper because the feds aren't alleging that right now, but it goes back to this whole culture thing. Speaking of culture, man, I got to talk to this Inquirer reporter, man. What's his name again? Jason Williams. I got to get Jason Williams on the show and try to give him some common sense because this article he wrote about this whole thing, about the culture or corruption. It makes no sense. Well, here it is, how City Hall's selfish culture paved the way for corruption. How in the hell did he weave in Yvette Simpson in this? Jason Williams, he weaved in Yvette Simpson doing her job as a member of city council, and somehow this is all connected to what Jeff Pastor did. What? What? Wendell Young? What the hell? Tell me, we need independent media in this city so we can weave and create our own narratives and then project it on a level that will challenge, that will rival, anything that the mainstream folks are doing. Nothing against anybody, but damn it, we need that very badly. you got to ride with CDM. If you're a black person and you can't get behind a flag, a banner, a slogan of amplifying black voices, and you live in this city, something wrong with you. You a problem. Something wrong with you. I'm going to go ahead and tell you like that. Who is Chinedum Ndukwe? I just remember he was a member of the Bengals. That's all I remember. And apparently after leaving the Bengals, he went into development. And then sometime in the last year and a half or so, he started working with the federal government to set up Jeff Pastor. Now, all the people that's mad with him, I don't understand why you mad at this brother. For what? It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? That's what? I mean, I would love to hear it. I really would love to hear it. Help me understand this. I'm not saying that I'm not movable. I'm very movable, but help me understand it. 513-873-7134. I put this on Facebook. I'll probably get to it during the second hour. I'm already getting a little sick of the Joe Biden administration. And I know what you're thinking, like, Nate, the administration hasn't even started yet. But I mean it in a sense of I just don't want to see Joe Biden on his knees for the next 4 years begging Mitch McConnell to do things, begging the Republican Party to do things, begging, Trump supporters to give him a chance. You said it once or twice now. It's a wrap. Get to work. Like right now, the Trump administration is holding up the transition process, like literally. You got Trump officials out here in public saying, look, we trying to we're preparing for a second Trump term. Huh? You got Mitch McConnell on the floor of the Senate like, yeah, Trump has every right to follow his legal recourse. What? You got all these videos out here, man, these viral videos of people out here talking about, that the vote was stolen. Huh? What? Where did they do that at? Here? Where? Oh, you're going to be counting votes the day after the election? Yes, ma'am. They did that when Trump won. When Trump won, they actually counted votes after the election. But some of these people don't understand that Trump set all this up. I saw a video this morning it was a conversation on YouTube between Katie Couric and the woman who is Trump's niece. She wrote that book about the Trump family, the Trump crime family. And, she said, look, Trump ain't going to never give up. You better watch yourself. I did not vote on Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to have him lead from his knees over the next 4 years. I ain't with that. I don't want to see it. I don't want to hear it. Oh, please, Mr. McConnell, please allow us to pick the people that we want to be in our administration. Please, pretty please. That's what we voted for you for, man. You better get the work. You better get cutthroat out here. Whatever means necessary. It's a whole new world out here. Y'all need to get hit. That's why I say you need to be following AOC and the lead of the squad because they got the right mentality. Run around here and apologizing for being progressive. You know what I'm saying? Who's doing that? Apologizing for being who you are. Later for all that. Stand for something and fight for it. Period. To the end. But all this trying to appeal with people, give us a chance. Joe Biden, hey, give it a chance. Let's try it. You said it, Joe. Now be gangster about it. You better get some cutthroat. Somebody need to make him some cutthroat juice or something. I don't know, but I'm not with it. That's not why I voted for you to get on your knees for the next 4 years and kiss Mitch McConnell's pinky ring so he can decide each and every cabinet choice and every judgeship that you got to choose. Folks, man, what's happening in Georgia means everything for the Biden administration. If y'all voted for Biden, y'all should be calling the Democrat Party to figure out how you can, whether that means you're phone banking from afar, whatever, help these Democrat senators win this runoff in January. Because if not, Joe Biden's going to spend the next 4 years on his knees. Mwah, mwah, mwah. What you say, man? Mwah, mwah. Please, please. Well, I wanted this person to lead the Department of Defense, but whatever you say, Mitch. Later for all of that. I'm not here for it, but that's what it looks like. That's what it looks like. Get up off your knees. Damn. Get off your knees, Joe Biden. Hasn't even gotten into office. Please, pretty please, can I please make a choice, Mitch McConnell? What? You need to call AOC, call the squad, put them in charge, and run power moves. Whether you win or lose, period. Period. I ain't with none of that. But that's what it looks like. That's what it looks like we're going to do. Please, please, please. And especially if the Democrats lose even one of those Georgia runoffs. And if history is any indication, it doesn't look good for the Democrats, but we'll see what happens. One of those individuals is a hardcore Trumpster, 100% voting record with Trump as a U.S. senator. She was appointed after a Republican senator stepped away because he had Parkinson's disease and some other health-related issues. So, again, if somebody really care about it, you could call the Democrat Party if you feel inclined to do so. Again, if you don't give a damn, you don't give a damn. But if you're inclined, if you understand what time it is, you better figure out how you can help. Because that means everything for the Biden administration. Because Mitch McConnell plays no games. Like these FBI, they playing no games, Jeff Pastor. 0 games. Dude was pissed. Like it was his money. He was so pissed yesterday. I'm like, man, is it really that serious, dude? Calm down, calm down. He was mad. He was mad as hell and detailed the whole situation. Jeff and his partner set up a fake-ass nonprofit that was running and cleaning the money through the nonprofit. Like, damn. That where new clothes came from? Is that how you pay for that, Wakanda Forever tattoo on your chest, Jeff? And look at how the Republicans have already disavowed him. These hypocritical Republicans, man, they don't say a word about Trump. They don't say a word about Trump staging a modern-day coup. But within an hour, on Twitter, on social media, they'd already disavowed Jeff Passer. Already, like, you guys to go. You guys to go. Just like that. It was hilarious. It was hilarious. It was hilarious. Let me go to the phones here. Hey, good morning. Welcome to the show.
Good morning. How you doing, Nate?
I'm doing great. Who am I speaking
Deborah
with?
Nesbitt. What you doing?
Hey, Deborah. How you doing? Good morning.
I wanted to talk about the local corruption and everything. I'm like shocked about the whole Jeff Passer thing. But the Brent Spence Bridge caught on fire this morning, right?
Oh, did it?
Yes. There was a big truck crash and there was a big fire. And it's huge, and the Brent Spence Bridge is closed.
Damn. I'm looking at it now.
You can't go.
I see a semi-crash and fire closed. I didn't even see this. Thank you for bringing it to my attention.
Yeah. It's ginormous. And I'm telling you, you talk about corruption and grift. We have needed a new bridge forever. They want to give us a toll bridge, and they only want the toll to go from the Kentucky side to the Ohio side. Don't go on that bridge. We about to be another Minneapolis. That bridge is not safe. It hasn't been safe.
Damn,
I refuse to use it. I use the other 2 bridges. I use like the one that's already got the rocks falling, but they got the little net, the singing bridge. Or I use the one next to that, the Clayway Bailey Bridge.
Uh-huh.
Black people don't get back on the Brent Spence Bridge. If you can avoid it, don't use it, even after they reopen it, because that bridge is not sound. We need a new bridge. And It shouldn't be a toll bridge either.
Semi-truck.
Taxes.
I'm reading it now.
Yeah.
Semi-truck explosion, chemical spill shuts down both directions of the Brent Spence Bridge. Wow.
And when they finally reopen that bridge, or when we finally decide we're going to get a new one, it's going to be money everywhere. Like we ain't seen corruption and grift yet. It's going to be money flying everywhere. So I just wanted to let you know about that, because I know if you heard, you hadn't said nothing. We need to talk about that. Second, Biden's going to be fine. Biden is not playing Trump's game. Every time, first of all, Biden said specifically before the election he was going to beat Trump like a drum. He said that. He said it at the debate. He said, Trump doesn't want to run against me because he knows I will beat him like a drum. And he did. He did it. Like, nobody believed Biden was going to win. Nobody believed Biden was going to be the nominee, and he beat Trump. Just beat him. And Biden is not playing Trump's game. And Biden has made it tougher stuff than we think. He done been through a million elections. He done been through taking a second share to a black guy, Obama. He's been through everything. And he didn't run when they asked him to run because his son died. And then he came back and won. Like, even after all that, they're like, Biden will never do it. He's too old and he's too run down and he's got dementia. Who cares? And he won. Biden is not playing Trump's game.
Okay.
He knows this government inside and out, and he is going to do the damn thing. And they can withhold money, and Biden on January 20th will have Trump's ass dragged out of that White House. I guarantee you. You wait and see if he don't leave. It's going to be the biggest eviction ever.
You're fired.
No, not you're fired. You're going to jail for I don't know, trespassing in the White House. It's gonna be hot. I'm telling you, Nate, it's gonna be hot.
I'm here for that.
So do that thing, and I'll see you on the internet.
All right, thank you, Deborah. Yeah, it's good to hear from Deborah. OG of the Chop Shop, appreciate her. Yeah, it's good to hear from you. And thanks for bringing information to me at the Brent Spence Bridge. No, man, I didn't even see that. What was this being reported? 3 hours ago? What happened? Damn, that's going gridlock. I'm glad I don't have to traverse that bridge every day back and forth to go to work. You do, though. That's one of the most heavily traveled, highways in all of the country. Super traveled. Let me see here. Let's go back to the phones. Hey, good morning. Welcome to the show.
Morning, good brother and Facebook viewers. It's your boy Stefan. Good morning.
Hey, how you doing, Stefan? Welcome.
Man, I appreciate you having me on, man. And we're going to look for some advertise for you, too. I like how you got the show set up. I heard a little break when you took a break. I like that. You need some commercials. I'm going to look for you. I know some people.
All right, cool. Send them my way.
Yes, sir. Yeah, yes, sir. I'll call you on this number.
Yeah.
This number when I find. Okay. All right. Let's get the business then. Let's talk about council first. See, I went down to council. We're gonna take it to Tamaya Denard first. I went to Tamaya Denard's office February 20th. See, I write down these dates so I know where I've been. February 20th. I went to her office. We talked for a minute. I kept it 100 with her. I said, "They coming after you." She say, "I don't give a fuck." Excuse my language. She said, I don't care about that. She was mad. She was mad for a second. I was like, no, don't get mad. There's what's headed your way. You know what I mean? So when I went inside the chamber, but let me stop there. When I was in her office, she gave me a paper. She said, read this. It's called the Freedom District Improvement for a purpose of providing resources for black people down in the West End area when they first started building this state, when the stadium thing started running. She's trying to build a black area. And after that, everything went downhill. She got arrested the next day on the 21st. She got arrested the next day. When you start talking black, something always happens. Look at Jeff Pastor. He's fighting for the law. He's fighting for the tax abatement lawsuit. Remember he did this? Interrogation. Remember that? Look what happened now. They came after him. Like, okay, that's enough. Let's go get him now. And then all that stuff wrong. You're right. You said a point there. White people don't go out, after the white ones. Guess what? They next. One of them next. Remember I told you that. I'm putting it out there on your show first. One of them is next. I got information on one of them, and it's wrong. What he did. I got it. The evidence, everything. The paperwork, the minutes, even him when he voted on it. So I got it too. So it ain't out there yet, but it's out there now with you today. I got something on it. Yes, I do. Now, if they don't do nothing about this situation, they need to go ahead and let them folks on out of here. Like, go ahead and go to Maya and Pastor. Nah, because he got to be accountable for this too, man. I mean, you see this, you be like, whoa, yeah, you can't do this. You violated Ohio Revised Code. You can't do this. And I know this. I ain't even no lawyer, and I knew this. And they got law degrees, brother. It's a shame. They got law degrees to the council, and they don't help each other. They just throw each other up under the bus. You got accountants on Smitham is accountant. I think he is. You got all these people on the council, but they ain't even helping the situation. If you're accountant, you should be helping manage their budget constantly. Y'all know what to do. I know how to do it. move money here, make sure they, you know what I mean, put it back. But them the games they play. Everybody trying to get rich for their pet projects. The community leaders, I call them deal brokers. They do deals behind black people back without your knowledge, nor our knowledge. And then all this corruption stuff start falling like a tower. I bet they run around scared themselves when we receive that $25,000 from pastor. I bet they do this tied with that. How do we get that back? Because I don't want to go to jail. You know, it's them the games they play. But Jeff Pastor, I'm gonna pray for him. You know what I mean? Pray for him. You know that he come out on, you know, on top. I hope he do, because you dealing with a system. If one tree, I said this too in the chamber. If one bad tree, if one bad apple in the tree is bad, the whole daggone tree is rotten. I said that. I called it out. Somebody next, y'all. I called it out in there. And then look what's going on, man. This stuff got to stop. These new candidates trying to run for council, these new ones, y'all ain't never came down to a council meeting, never addressed no issue for the people about their concerns, and they trying to run for a seat. They need to do more studying, because they going to do the same thing. Ain't nothing new up under the sun. They going to do the same thing these other council members be doing. They get a habit. They never had nothing before. When you ain't never had nothing before, you vulnerable. You going to do everything to try to get it, to try to outshine your next person. And that's the key that we don't teach each other, brother Nathan. That we don't, it ain't cool. I mean, it's good that you know, you can get a job, make money. But why are you trying to outshine the next man? All said and done, when you're dead and gone, you can't take it with you. So those are games they play. I'm up on it early in the morning, I'm starting. But then the next subject, we so happy about a president. Ain't no wrong, you know, a new one coming in, transition coming in. But these same presidents ain't going to do nothing for us at all. They ain't been doing nothing from day one up on the Obama administration. They ain't do nothing. They ain't do nothing at all for us. Then we focus on the president so much, but we ain't focused on these what? Candidates and these Congress who write the laws. They write the laws for us each and every day. And they plan us with laws. How this law came up, Nate? I never heard of this law before, because we've been so focused on something else, but ain't focused on the real thing. You know, they say you get distracted. When you get distracted, you don't focus on nothing else but what's in front of you. So people getting distracted, what's going on, Nate? You know what I mean? Down there. That is the same, though. And then the Bengals, what's his name? Ninja Chew? What do you call it? Ninja Chew?
In Duke Way.
Oh, the Duke Way. I call it Ninja Chew. He started work. You don't work. I mean, allegedly, because they did throw him up under the bus, the football players. It's like, you know, when the Bengals lose, they throw him up under the bus like that. They threw him up under the bus. You know what I mean? It was like, yeah, he worked with us. They like, you know, how you just snitch on your informant? That's crazy. They just said, we working with the Duke Way, and he helped us out with this case. Like, dang. Now, you done lost credibility to some people. You know what I mean? That's on them. I mean, I still like this. I met him before. I like him. That's on him. I'm not mad at him. Oh, you did that. I don't be mad at the person that what they choose to do in life. That's on them. You feel me? That's on them doing that. But hold up though. But watch this. I want to hold you up, brother. Watch this one. You remember why Black community leaders attacked by Merrick Cranley? I think Merrick Cranley might be an informant, man, working for the FBI. Because look, you had the white Hillary got attacked by Merrick Cranley, Harry Black, Liz Rockett, Wendell Young, Sam Malone, Yvette Simpson, Charlie Winburn, Marilyn Spencer, Michael Johnson, Zola Stewart, Jeffrey Blackwell, Willie Carton, Dr. Karen Blackston, Miss Melvin Moore, Dr. Melvin Moore, Commissioner, Margot Springs, Patrick Duhaney, and Jeff Pastor now, and Tamaya Denard. Put that on there too. They all got attacked by, you know, the administration there. Somebody called the shot to let the investigation go. So that's Merrick Cranley. The FBI want to get involved. You got to deal with the mayor first before you go to the council. So that's what's really going on. We get attacked by, like I say, they did say more arrests gonna happen anyway.
Mm-hmm. They implied that,
but more charges, huh?
Yeah, they implied it. Yep, they sure did.
Yeah, so all this stuff, what we going through, and then we really gotta wake up. And hold up, one more thing before I let you go, brothers and Facebook viewers. See, remember this. we didn't do a study for this vaccine, Nate. We didn't do no study, but other people did, right? Our blood type is different from the people that did a study. So how y'all trying to give us 90% of this vaccine that's supposed to be good and all that, but 10% is messed up. It's effed up. So first of all, they got these different companies got billions to come up with a vaccine. Billions. You telling me you get billions of dollars, you come up with 90%? Hell to the nah, you need to come up with 100% that this vaccine ain't gonna affect nobody, no side effects, none of that, because my blood type is different from theirs. So we need to quit getting excited about something that they've been doing for many years. What's his name? His name is Albert. He's a Pfizer CEO for Pfizer, pharmaceutical, whoever they are. And he used to be a veterinarian doctor for the pets. For pets. How y'all got him as a CEO pushing out a vaccine for the people, and you just dealt with dogs all your life? You dealt with animals all your life. And you being a CEO making $12.9 million a year just to give out a vaccine to hurt people's lives, the side effects on these vaccines, they don't know the ingredients, what's inside this vaccine. This vaccine, so the ingredients inside of that is so protected, the military is going to be armed to a T with this vaccine. They're going to be armed to a T. I mean, protected. And it got to be what? Some 90 something degrees, cold, something, they said. But it's sad. Our own people, our own community deal broker leaders, I call them community leaders, deal brokers, they don't stand out the forefront and say, hold up, y'all. We need to stop this, y'all. Nobody ain't screaming peace. These can be pastors. They ain't screaming peace in the streets. Nowhere. And nobody ain't waking up yet. Man, we talking about conscious people. I mean, you mean subconscious people. They woke and people ain't caring. We really got to put our feet on the brake. Because right now, this is like an 18-wheeler going 100 miles an hour, hitting everyone. COVID hitting people. Corruption in City Hall hitting the taxpayer people. I heard the woman come online talk about a bridge. That big old bridge about to hit a lot of people if they don't do the stuff the right way instead of the corruption way. That's what's going on, brother. Everybody's on that corruption way street, but don't want to get on the righteous street, brother. You know what I'm saying? I ain't need no pastor, but I like the way I put that. We all need to get on righteous street, straight up street. Everybody want to go to the drift off to the side and be. Now, I hate these masses now. They drift off to the side and put the mask on and talk about you. You know you can't see their lips moving. Now they can talk about you with the mask on. But all these games they playing, brother, time is over. This is 21st century coming up. We got to be more aware of conscious what's in front of us and the distractions everybody putting in front of us like smoke screens so we don't understand the game they playing. I only got no law degrees. I see all the stuff they doing. That's why I've been going to City Hall, brother, for many years, studying this stuff, man. Studying this stuff. I'm the one calling the stuff out front of them. They corrupted. You know what I mean? I told all them police in there, y'all need to arrest all these motherfuckers. Because the stuff got to stop. When is it going to stop? When? You shouldn't be watching segregation. What your pastor was saying about all this, I'm saying it right. What he was saying, community council, we use HUD dollars for other pet projects, but Title 8 up under HUD, we supposed to undo this segregation. They didn't like that talk when he was talking like that, but I'll take over, Jeff. I'm not on council. I'll take over with this. But it's wrong for what they doing, man. See, the HUD dollars are supposed to undo segregation. Everybody live comfortably. Everybody live happy. Neighbors, yeah, white neighbors, had Hispanic neighbors, everybody neighbors living together. No, they pushing people out the community over this what? Tax abatement, this Community Reinvestment Act money when the banks got sued for a lot of money. I've been screaming for many years. Nobody ain't say nothing, but till this tax abatement lawsuit came out, oh, Stephon was right, what he was talking about. No, you damn right, because information is out there. If you pick up something and read it, you understand the whole lingo. If you don't understand it, call a lawyer up on the phone. Call a lawyer up on Facebook. Hey, what this mean? And they'll tell you. That's the games they playing. So we really got to stay aware, brother.
Hey,
and this
Stephon.
vaccine, brother.
Stephon, before you leave, brother, before
yes,
you leave, great flow, by the way. Before you leave, I need you to say something with me. Segregation.
Segregation, I got you.
That
Oh,
segregation.
we on school today. Segregation.
There you go, man. We winning now.
There
we
you
winning,
go, brother. See, early in the morning, brother. I get excited, man.
Hey,
Once this day get going, I get it all down.
But
back,
I can't let
brother.
my brother. I gotta
brother.
make sure I get my brother on the path before you get off the line. But I appreciate you, man. Great
Man,
flows.
I appreciate you, man. Keep me in prayer, brother. I do the same. I love y'all, and nothing y'all can do about it. Peace.
You say nothing y'all can do about it. I like that. Hilarious. 513-873. I can't have my brother out there talking about some segregation. I can't. I gotta. If we ain't gonna correct each other in a way, I can't go. Come on now. Farrakhan said it best. I mean, who better to correct me than my own people, the members of my own family, right? Good morning to you. 513-873-7134. Yeah, dude is done. Speaking of, he said a lot of stuff there. So if you don't know, Jeff Pastor was charged with many things, including federal bribery charges. The FBI in a press conference yesterday said that, this was something they had been working on for some time, going back to 2018. And they got a black man, a developer, former member of the Cincinnati Bengals, to be a part of this, I guess, sting operation. And Jeff was living Big Willie style. And now it's all over. So you can look for him to be leaving city council real soon. I wouldn't be surprised to see that. Am I surprised to hear this about Jeff Pastor? Like, yes and no. Like, I'm surprised to hear it initially, but once it happened, and I think back to like the way he started on city council and all the question marks, giving out 25 grand to the churches, paying off the churches so we can get in front of them and speak. And I was just on the phone with somebody yesterday in the community talking about how, he came at them, with 25K. So we talked about this, prop it up in brand new houses, everything all brand new. I'm like, I'm happy for you. Love to see black excellence, black people shining. I'm all about black wealth building, but that's strange. That's very strange. And if you're running for city council next year, then make sure your issues together, homie. Because people is watching, no doubt about it. And the real question is, who's next? Because I don't know, did you pick it up on it? When I watched it yesterday, it seemed to me as if there are more people that could possibly be charged. The federal investigators made it very clear that they are watching. Matter of fact, they said it 3 times yesterday. Public corruption. And I thought it was so ironic considering who's in the White House. This man talking about public corruption is our number one issue. Well, you need to go to 1600 Pennsylvania. But I know that's not even possible, right? It's just the irony of a Trump administration. And we've never had a president who was more corrupt in modern day times. And yet the FBI in Cincinnati is talking about public corruption is their number one mandate. Okay, I see you. I see how it goes. Do as I say, not as I do. I get it. I see. We understand how it goes, living in a dictatorship. All right, coming up in about 8:30, there is a virtual opportunity to get more information about college prep. Okay. And it might be something that you are really, really interested in. I got some folks who are involved coming on today, and they'll be talking about it at about 8:30. So to facilitate that conversation, get ready for it. I'm going to take a break at about 8:25, bring them. And when I come back, they'll be on, hopefully. And then we'll have the conversation and get back to the great issues of the day, including the fact that now Cincinnati Public Schools has decided to go back to virtual learning. Who didn't see this coming? The Cincinnati Public School Board just yesterday voted to return the region's largest school district to remote learning starting on November 23rd. So not next week, but the week after that. So not next week, but the next Monday. So 2 Mondays from yesterday, 2 weeks from now. They determined that because of everything happening with COVID, that they got to go back to remote learning. And I'm happy because I think that's the safest option. Now it's going to put a burden on parents, but as I told you, so what? We living in the days of a pandemic, parents. You decided to have those babies. So you're going to have to take care of them, period. It is what it is. It is what it is. 5 days a week, distance learning. And it's just interesting because when I picked up my son yesterday, the teacher was like, if we return. She's been saying that. She has these teachers don't want to talk too much about it because they're afraid that, the CPS might come down on them and they might have to deal with some kind of like whatever. But I think it's the smartest thing to do. So they're going to return to virtual learning until after the winter break. They are scheduled to return to a blended model on January 4th. And we tried this out and I'm cool with it. My children are going to remain in virtual learning. We'll have to deal with whatever we have to do because it just seems like too much of an experiment and the children are on the front lines of it. Again, going back to what I said previous to all of this, what would have been lost if CPS had decided from the jump to just stay in virtual learning into January anyway? What did we gain? We didn't gain a damn thing. All we did was potentially put people in harm's way. That's it. That's it. And these school board members need to be held accountable. You got school board races coming up next year. I'm hearing more and more about people saying they're going to run for school board that's got some damn sense. That's what we need. If you're on the school board and you voted for to go to the blended model, you should be held accountable. You should be held accountable. I mean, you should be questioned to the nth degree as to whether you're in the right person at the right time to lead us on the school board. Because some of this just don't make any sense to me. But I get it. A lot of parents were complaining and crying, and we can't take care of our kids, what you're saying eventually, then you shouldn't have had them. To any parent just whine, how we gonna get by? I gotta work. My answer to you is you should have thought about this before you brought children into this world. You made that decision, not Laura Mitchell. Laura Mitchell didn't tell you to have children. The school board didn't tell you to have children. You made that decision. You're going to have to deal with it. You have to find a way to make it work. No tears for you. No tears for you. Because it's a pandemic. Period. People are dying. People are getting sick. Period. That's more important than anything else. If you got to struggle, you have to call to talk to the people at your job. It's just what it is. Now, I know that seems harsh, but tell me I'm wrong. 513-873-7134. I got time maybe for one call. Again, I'm taking a break at 8:25. And then when we come back, hopefully I'll have my guest on, and we're going to talk about this virtual college prep workshop that's going to be taking place on the 14th. So I want to make sure we get the information out to you and that you know what's going on. That might be something that you want to take advantage of. 17th Annual College Prep Workshop. It's Saturday, November 14th from 10 a.m. to 11 p.m. And we'll have some folks on to talk all about it. It's being presented by the Delta Sigma Theta and Omega Psi Phi. Props to them. Props to them. Hey, good morning. Welcome to the show.
Good morning, Nathan Ivey. This is Kelly Prather. How are you?
Hey, what's up, Kelly Prather? Good morning.
Hey, the first thing I want to say is I want to reiterate the point that you just said about Superintendent Laura Mitchell. She didn't tell people to have children. People have children based on the fact that they want to procreate and they want to be grown. And so I think that we need to start, grown people need, and I said this on Facebook the other day, grown folks need to start acting grown and accepting responsibilities for their actions and their own children. But I called to talk about the situation with Jeff Pastor. I'm so happy that the FBI agent indicated that there has been a history of corruption in Cincinnati city government. I've been saying for so long that, and I actually prayed for Tamaya, and I also prayed for Jeff when I do another radio show, but I prayed for them, and my heart goes out to them, although, they may have made some bad decisions, and I don't know the particulars of the case, but they're great people. They're good people in bad situations. And I pray that God weeds out the bad seeds in City Hall. Otherwise, our city is not going to flourish. I think it is, it's all telling that the two youngest junior statesmen or junior council members
fresh council members, that they're caught up in this situation when you know some of that had to be learned behavior. You know, for me, having lived, I think I'm probably at least 15 or 20 years older than both Tamaya and Jeff. I've had some experiences where I have learned that bad association spoils useful habits, and we can't do what other people do, because at the end of the day, what they will do is they will throw you under the bus. And so I'm kind of happy that Stefan alluded to a lot of the points that I was going to say, as far as that corrupt spirit that exists in City Hall. That corrupt spirit has come after Black people forever. But again, the life lesson is that we cannot do what other people do. And I'm praying for the very best possible outcome for them. You know, Jeff has a baby on the way. I'm praying for Tara, his wife. Tara was a member of New Prospect Baptist Church when I was a member of New Prospect Baptist Church. And so I remember her growing up, and she's carrying their child. And these families are going to be traumatized. These babies are going to be traumatized based on what they are witnessing. And I just, you know, like I said, I hope and pray that God weeds out the bad seeds. And, you know, Nathan, you know, I know people. And Stefan, I don't know where he got his information from, but we run in some of the same circles. And I've also heard that our mayor wears a wire. I've heard that our mayor wears a wire when he's looking to set people up. But speaking about that special meeting that Jeff recently had, when he came forward and he talked about how Black people were being mistreated, everybody knows Black people have been mistreated, but I had a conversation, I think Stefan and I had this conversation, and I told him that it looked like, although initially I wanted to be a part of it because I am a part of that tax abatement lawsuit that's going on that Bob Newman put out. I wanted to go to that meeting, but my spirit said, this is not your fight. You don't want to get caught up in this. Don't you go to that meeting. And so I watched it online. And Nathan, as God is my witness, it looked like Pastor was reading that statement. You know, I know firsthand that political sabotage is real. And people will send you talking points, and they'll tell you what to say. They'll tell you what to say to get in whatever position or to accomplish whatever you're trying to accomplish. And so I just believe in my heart that Jeff was set up. I know that Jeff is a grown man, and we can't say that we can't blame anyone else for his decisions if this is true. But Jeff, just like so many other people who put faith in people who say that they care about you, they want to see you grow politically, I believe in my spirit, Jeff has been set up, and it definitely has a lot to do with that conversation that he had during his special meeting in City Hall regarding this tax abatement and the issues that we've had. But you can't tell me that with all these major stadiums going up, with all this development that's going on, there's not other people who are doing the same thing. And like I said, I mean, this is learned behavior. These are intelligent Black people. But at the same time, you also have to put it in context and think about what they need. We all come from humble beginnings. I come from humble beginnings. Jeff comes from humble beginnings. Tamaya came from humble beginnings. And the enemy has a way of sneaking in and working to meet your needs, and putting you in a vulnerable situation. And you know, given certain circumstances, you may not make the most rational decisions. And again, I'm not making excuses for them. I know that we're grown, people make choices, but this to me just speaks of like a greater issue in City Hall that needs to be weeded out. I mean, we need integrity and honesty. Nathan, you've heard me talk about these development deals. You've heard me talk about people who are more politically savvy, who got people who are helping people to get these multi-million-dollar contracts, get stuff pushed through. You've heard me talk about that for the past 5 or 6 years. And when I came back to Cincinnati, I was wondering what happened. What happened is that spirit of corruption that the FBI talked about yesterday has taken over our city. And if we want Cincinnati to flourish, we have to weed out those bad seeds. People need to go in prayer, because what's going to happen is, again, the low-lying fruit will bear the brunt of the corruption. But all we have to do is we have to follow the money, and you will find the corruption, period. But again, my heart goes out to Jeff Pastor, his entire family, his babies. I'm going to continue to pray that Tamaya gets the very best possible outcome. But this speaks to a larger problem that unless like the FBI goes in there and they deal with people in a way that they have never dealt with people, it's going to continue. We got to get rid of the spirit of corruption and put people who genuinely care about people, not about party. And you can see basically that pastor is a Republican, Tamaya is a Democrat. At the end of the day, it's not about party, it's about people. And given the fact, if you look at the fact that they're both young Black people, speaks volumes to the institutional racism. But also, let me just say this, and I know you have to go, but I also, I've been talking to different people, and as far as the plans of the city, if you derail people's plans, they come for you like you would never believe. So Jeff apparently ran someone the wrong way, one of these developers, but again, you follow the money, you follow the corruption, and I'm just asking everybody to pray for both Tamaya and Jeff. And then the bad seeds, I'm happy the FBI said that there's more investigations coming forward, more indictments or arrests coming because other people need to be locked up. So thank you for taking my call. You can hear my voice. I just came from the gym and worked out really good, but you can hear my voice and my heart is still heavy even thinking about this situation. But it's the air that's over Cincinnati based on the corruption. So prayers, I don't want to, hopefully no one who's running for city council will use this as an opportunity to exploit the situation and make them look bad, because it's not them. It is the spirit, the evil spirit that's cast over City Hall or Hamilton County. And just like we flipped Hamilton County, and I said this earlier too, just like we flipped Hamilton County in this election, next year we need to flip Cincinnati and all the corruption throughout Hamilton County in their villages, cities, and municipalities. So, Nathan, thank you so much for taking my call. I appreciate. Please pray for Jeff Pastor and pray for Tamaya Denard.
Yeah, thank you for the call. That's Kelly Prather. Appreciate you, Kelly. Appreciate her. Listen, you can give me a call this morning at 513-873-7134. I'll flash you on the screen. Go ahead and lock me in. Lock me into your phone this morning. That way we can connect if ever you hear something that you feel like you want to give us a call about. I'm going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to have a conversation about an upcoming virtual college prep opportunity for you and perhaps your family. And it's being put on by the Delta Sigma Theta folks and over at Omega Psi Phi. So I've got two of their representatives or representatives from both organizations coming on after the break. They'll talk about the college prep workshop, how you can, what to expect, what you'll get out of it, is it worth your time, and how you can plug in, all right? So sit tight, everybody. Plus, we'll continue our conversation about Jeff Pastor. Yeah, I got it, brother. I certainly did. We'll continue our conversation about Jeff Pastor. We'll continue our conversation about everything that's going on in the community. This is the Nathan Ivey Show, the last honest place in Cincinnati media, all right? Don't go anywhere. Take a second and like and share today's show. I'll say it again. If you like the content that I am creating, please take a second to like and share today's show. Remember, CDM, Send Digital Media. Our mission is simple. Amplify Black voices. You can find us on Facebook. Go ahead and subscribe to what we're doing. I'm guaranteed we are producing a show that you will find interesting. Don't go anywhere. All right, sit tight, everybody. We'll start the break in just a second.
The Nathan Ivey Show is supported by listeners. Go to www.patreon.com/Nathan Ivey Show and help Nathan keep the show independent.
Unexpected reactions to smart financial decisions brought to you by feedthepig.org.
Well, I finally did it. I opened a 401k.
So you're giving up? Just like that?
Giving up on what?
On getting an inheritance from a distant relative.
Don't you think if there were a billionaire in the family, we'd know about it by now?
Listen to me. We are one phone call away from riding horses on our own private polo grounds. One call from christening yachts, having a butler, using summer as a verb.
How do you figure?
Look, everyone's got a rich uncle somewhere. It's statistics. So the best thing you can do is just prepare for the inevitable.
Right, which is why I thought maybe it would be smart to take control of my finances. You know, start using a budget, get out of debt, set some retirement goals.
Budgets? Debt? You watch your mouth. Retirement shouldn't be a goal for us. It should be a way of life.
When it comes to financial stability, don't get left behind. Get tools and tips for saving at feedthepig.org. This message brought to you by the American Institute of CPAs and the Ad Council.
You're listening to The Nathan Ivey Show. One man, one microphone, one mission. Now let's get back to the flow.
All right, good morning, everybody. Sorry about that. Had a little bit of a tech snafu there.
To my mirror like I love you so much.
Oh, every morning.
Curbing all my critics like I heard you so
Oh, without a doubt. Good morning to you. 513-873-7134. Go ahead and hold on to that number because I've got some guests on the line. As I told you, there is an upcoming virtual college prep opportunity. And I want to do my part to make sure that people have as much information as possible. Everything is virtual these days. Everything is virtual. So I want to let you know about what's going on. It's a college prep workshop. And to speak about it, we have Shonda DeRamus and also Anthony Wood are on the line right now. Hey, Shonda, Anthony, good morning. Welcome to the show.
Thank you for having us.
Good morning. Thank you.
Hey, good morning to you. Yeah, thank you for being here. I really appreciate your time in helping to educate the public about this upcoming college prep workshop. But before you do that, please, and again, ladies first, we'll start with Shonda. Just talk about, you know, who you are and, your involvement in this project.
Yes. My name is Shonda DeRamus, and I am the president of the Cincinnati Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. And our chapter has been doing this we've been doing this together with the Omega Psi Phi for 17 years. And our job is to put together a program that is actually helpful for all of the students and is actually on point with what's going on today. So you'll hear a little bit about how COVID has changed things and so on and so forth.
Okay. And Anthony?
Again, good morning. My name is Anthony Wood, and I am the bossless of the Beta Iota chapter of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated here in Cincinnati, Ohio. And as Shonda mentioned, we've been partnering and doing this event for 17 years. We believe that this event is much needed. And I'm just going to quote one stat to you, Nathan, and your audience, if I can. On Crystal Kendrick's website, the Voice of Black Cincinnati, she has a stat. And that stat is African-American students comprise 16% of high school graduates in the United States. But still only 5% of those students are enrolled in public colleges. So again, I believe that one of our goals here is to increase that percentage. And as Shonda mentioned, you'll hear a little bit more about specifics regarding our event this Saturday.
Okay, so let's talk about the particulars of the event, and then I want to work backwards a little bit. And then before we leave, I want you to talk about the particulars again. So when is the event and what is the event? When is the event? And then how do people get access to it? Because it is virtual.
Yeah, so it is a virtual event. It'll take place this Saturday from 10 o'clock a.m. to 1 o'clock p.m. There will be several different sessions throughout that day. And it's designed for parents to do it with their students. So we'd like for both of them to register. But we do have special sessions. We understand that being a parent of a college student is difficult. And there may be questions that you have that really no one prints those answers in a college brochure. And so we will have a parent-to-parent panel that is specifically just for the parents. And at that same time, the students will be able to ask college students questions directly as well as they begin to matriculate to college and have some unique questions, and they want those answered as well.
Okay. Do you know what universities the college students will be from that'll be a part of the panel and available for questions?
We have a couple of HBCUs as well. I do want to say we have University of Cincinnati student as well. Tony, you might be able to answer that a little bit better.
Yeah, so Nathan, we have a variety of individuals from different backgrounds. It's going to be on each panel. And as Shonda mentioned, we have individuals from the University of Cincinnati. We may have an individual from Xavier, as well as obviously individuals who've already graduated who's going to bring their experience and knowledge to the parents as well as the students who participate in this specific event.
Okay. So I'm on the event page right now on Eventbrite. Do you also have an event page on Facebook that people might search for? A lot of folks might be watching on Facebook right now.
Currently, we do, Nathan. What I do believe we need to do is just double check and make sure that that information is out there so that folks will know.
Okay.
But typically what we try to do is any type of event like this, we try to use social media to our advantage, whether it's Facebook, Instagram, or word of mouth, emails, websites. So we'll make sure that we'll get all those specifics to you to give to your audience.
So from what I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is the first year that's going to be held virtually. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Because as you well know, Nathan, with, the pandemic that's been raging since March, a lot of the organizations are trying to be nimble.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that, we're trying to do to be nimble is a lot of the things that we're currently doing is all virtual.
Right.
And the advantage of that, Nathan, is, normally we'll have something in a building. Individuals will have to wake up on a Saturday morning, get in their car, drive to the venue. I personally think that this would be much easier because now the parent and the student is sitting at the dinner table,
right,
being involved in this specific event. So we hope that with it being virtual, that it will increase our participation.
Yeah, I can see that. I can definitely see that, Anthony.
Definitely. We also think it's a foretaste of things to come. I have two nieces who are in college as well. And the reality is that right now everything is virtual for school. And so the students, I know that they're probably tired and fatigued of doing so much virtual and so many Zoom calls, but the pandemic has sort of changed the college experience. And so we wanted to keep things in line with what they're probably going to experience when they get to school.
Yeah, and I can see, and, Shonda, Anthony, tell me what you think, but I think whether it's what you guys are doing, the good work you're doing in terms of preparing people for college, but I think, now that everything has gone virtual, when and if we go back to normal, I think the new normal will be more of a hybrid system. I'm like wondering if like some of these conferences, the way we do business, the way we educate won't forever be changed, perhaps for the better, because we found out being forced that it's just like a better way to communicate and interact with people.
Definitely. I think many have said the same thing. I think that also we have to understand that given the economy will probably be in a precarious position for a while, doing things virtually reduces cost as well. And I think many colleges and businesses will still be trying to save money as we go forward. And so I think you're right. I think this is a part of our lives for some time to come. I'm sure it'll be somewhat of a hybrid, but I don't think virtual is going away.
Again, we're talking about,
absolutely.
I'm sorry, Anthony, go right ahead.
No, I said absolutely. The time when I came into the workforce, you had to wear a suit, and suit went to casual, and now casual is sometimes gone to jeans. So this virtual platform is going to be around for a long time, and plus, businesses are now realizing that they can still their associates, employees could be still productive while sitting at home. So
right. Things have changed. For folks tuning in, we're talking about the 17th annual College Prep Workshop. It's Saturday, November 14th. Again, this Saturday, November 14th from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. The event is going to be held entirely virtual via Zoom video conferencing, and it is free and open to the public. They've got 3 informational workshops that are designed to equip students with strategies for success. So is there a cutoff, or can you register up into, say, 10 a.m. or when, a particular session starts?
So if you don't mind, Shonda.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Shonda.
No, you have the answer. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just getting ready to say, one of the mantras I always live by, Nathan, is you don't want to leave money on the table, right? So what that means to me is this is an opportunity for parents and students to take advantage of getting information about the college acceptance process as well as life in college. And, no matter whether it's 9:30 or 9:45, I would think that we still accept parents as well as students who want to be involved in the workshop.
Okay. So you say up to 9:35. Okay. That makes sense. Let me go over some of the workshops here. You've met your match, test optional versus test required, which is best for you. Social media savvy, what's in it for you? A new reality, surviving COVID-19. Plus, you're going to do an interactive student panel so that incoming college students can ask questions directly from current college students who are in college during the pandemic. And then something new, as I'm reading, an interactive parent panel has been added so that parents can ask questions directly to the parents of current college students as well. But you're also doing a scholarship. Tell us about the scholarship.
Yes, well, both of our organizations love to give money. We both give out quite a bit of scholarship in the community. And so this year, to make it more interesting, there will be a $500 scholarship awarded to a Cincinnati area student. You have to be a graduating senior to get the scholarship, but you have to be on the call and participate through the entire call. And then we will be giving out a scholarship as well as some other prizes as well to keep things interesting.
Okay. So when you say on the call, does that mean you have to go to all the sessions, or you have to be on the call when it's time to talk about the scholarship?
You have to go to all the sessions. The goal is for you to be there and be tuned in, and then we will reward that with a scholarship. You can't just tune in at the time of the scholarship award.
Okay. I'm curious, how's it going to be rewarded since it's all virtually? Is it going to be like, like a lottery system, something like that? Or are the students going to have to do something in order to be eligible for it?
I think one of the things that they have to do is be able to prove that they've been in all the sessions. And so that our chairs will be able to monitor that. And then based on that, all their names will go in and someone will be selected.
Oh, okay. I get it.
Yeah.
Very, very interesting. So again, this event is free, is virtual, and it's open to the public. 17th Annual College Prep Workshop. And you can get access. Where is the access point online? Where should people go if they're like, I want to register today?
They can email us at cacdstscholarshippcommittee@gmail.com. They can also go to either of our organization's websites. So ours is cacdst.net. I'm sorry, is ours.
And Nathan, our website is CincinnatiQs.com.
Okay. And I just copy and pasted it into the chat of this stream on Facebook and YouTube. So people who are watching right now can get easy access. It'll take them straight to your Eventbrite website. And then I see it's got a register button here as well. Well, that works good too, right?
Correct. Both of those work. I just want to make one correction.
Sure.
Ours is cacdst.org. I gave you the wrong extension.
Okay. All right. Well, hopefully people who are watching will follow that link that I just posted. I'll share it again before we get off the air again, because sometimes, a lot of messages, you can have 500, 600, 1,000 messages. It might get lost. So I'll share it again on my end just to make sure that all my folks on the stream have access through your Eventbrite. And with that, is there anything that we're missing? Any last words you want to share with the audience about the event?
The only thing that I would like to add is that, and we also promote this during the event, Both of our organizations also do have scholarships, so please tune into our pages after the first of the year. We want to make sure that all the deserving students who need financing for college have access to those scholarship opportunities.
Oh, I love that word, scholarship. I love that word. My daughter's in the 10th grade, but again, we'll be here in about a year or so. So I appreciate the work you're doing. Hey, Anthony, you going to say something?
And Nathan, she and Shonda, Madam President, took the words right out of my mouth. We have a separate entity from the chapter. Our scholarship arm is called the STAR Chapter Foundation. And last year, we gave out roughly around about $30,000 to students as well as a graduate student. And currently right now, our application deadline is January 22nd of 2021. And if your listeners could write down this email address, they can receive an application for that. And that is all one word, Rising Stars Scholarship at gmail.com. And that is Rising Stars Scholarship at gmail.com. And then secondly, I just want to thank all the veterans for their service because today is Veterans Day.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Yes.
Well, Shonda, Anthony, thank you so much for your time this morning. And it sounds like it's going to be a great event. And thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having us.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Sounds like a great event. If you've got a college-bound senior, this could be an opportunity on multiple levels. We'll put the scholarships to the side, although we love scholarships. But just the information. Going to college during the pandemic is going to be unique. This is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Why not arm yourself with the knowledge of people who've already been doing it? Makes sense to me. And again, there's a link in today's chat. I might go back and put a link in the description as well, but I'll share it so that people have the information to their Eventbrite. And if you're interested, you'll know exactly how to get registered. And again, you can register up until 9:30 a.m. the morning of the event. That's this Saturday, November 14th. This Saturday, November 14th. And again, where are my man? Shout out to all the veterans out there. It is Veterans Day. I got to pay my respects to the veterans out there. I got veterans in my family. You might be a veteran. Thank you for your service. Appreciate it. Yeah, that was DeShonda Ramus and Anthony Wood. Appreciate their time this morning. And the virtual world, I mean, it's a whole new virtual world out there. It's a different world. I know I sound horrible, but that's just where we are now. Everything is virtual. Everything is digital. That's why I love the placement of Sin Digital Media and what we're doing right now, because we want to be right here. It's where we live at. It's where our content lives, where I want to be. It's where you can hear the Nathan Ivey Show right here on this phone. You can pick up the show at any time. You can go back and check out any show we've missed or check out the flow at any point. But thank you for that time. Again, I'll say it again. That is the 17th annual College Prep Workshop. It's going to be virtual this year, Saturday, November 14th from 10 a.m. until 1 p.m. And it's via Zoom video conferencing. Listen, we're never going back in some ways. We're never going back to the way we did things. You know, doing these conferences virtually, that's not going anywhere. I was just having a phone call last night with someone that I'm looking forward to working with who shares my vision. We share a vision about the world. And, you know, she was talking about, you know, some things that she's doing in the virtual space as well. And I respect it. All right. That's the 2020 Virtual College Prep Workshop presented by Delta Sigma Theta and Omega Psi Phi. All right. And it's free. It's free. And if anybody missed it or whatever, and I can share it again, just let me know. I'll put it up on the screen again, or no, what I'll do is I'll put it in a chat so you can check it out that way. Speaking of chat, let me go to the chop shop. Get to the choppers, Nate. What's wrong with you? We get straight to the choppers this morning. 513-873. Let's rev the machine back up again and get back on what we was talking about. We was talking about Jeff Pastor. Who is next? What have you heard? We heard from two members in the community that spent a lot of time involved with and interacting with local politics. If you watched the press conference yesterday, and again, I don't revel in this. I don't like to see anybody go to jail, especially not black folks. And Jeff is a black family man. Beautiful family, beautiful babies. right? He's a father. And that means something to me. That means something to me. But we have to talk about these issues, and I got to keep it real with you. Also, I gave you the latest. CPS is returning to virtual learning starting in 2 weeks. Their plan is to remain in virtual learning, although there's another detail in it as well, and maybe some people miss this, but not only is CPS returning to virtual learning, but if I'm wrong, correct me. There might be some CPS school board members that are watching right now. Correct me if I'm wrong, but as I read this, next week, the kids are going to go to the digital academy. Am I wrong in that? They're not going to be doing digital learning from their school as they've been doing. If I'm wrong in that, set me straight, because I don't want to be wrong on something critical. But that's how I get it. And this, of course, makes a lot of sense. Don't blame Laura Mitchell. I heard that Laura Mitchell was being bad-mouthed and run through listen, she didn't tell you to have no kids. She did not tell you to have no children. CPS has a responsibility to educate your child when they have your child. It's your responsibility. Like, my children are my responsibility. Me and that woman upstairs had those kids. Laura Mitchell's not responsible. We responsible, 100%. And if that means that I got to change the way I do business, if it's going to change the way our day is, then so be it. It is what it is. And I've talked about my privilege, being able to work from home and do all those kind of things. It is what I work for this. I put myself in this position. It is what it is. And for parents out there that's struggling, I feel your struggle because I am a parent. But that's your struggle. It is what it is. You're going to have to make it work, homie. Find some way to make it work. That's what's going to have to happen because we are in the middle of a pandemic. And in my opinion, CPS just made the best decision. Now, in my opinion, the best decision would have been to remain in virtual off the top. All this going back in January, I ain't seeing it. I ain't feeling it. It needs to be for the whole year. Stop playing games, CPS, and do what needs to be the right decision. Oh, well, they'll get over it. They'll get over it. When you save their baby's life, they'll understand it. All these belly aching parents, I stop it. I don't have no tolerance for it. They did the right thing. They're doing the right thing. It was the right recommendation. And I'll say it again. They are not responsible for your kids the way you are responsible for your children. You had them. Nobody could have foresaw a pandemic was going to happen, but oh well, life happens. We are where we are. And CPS was having staffing issues with substitute teachers. If I was a substitute teacher, I'm going to have to find me another job. It's what it is. Easy for me to say. I'm not in that position, but I'm just saying. They're doing the right thing, period. Glad to see somebody got some damn sense in this damn state because our governor is spineless. Absolutely spineless. Running around here talking about Trump did a good job on COVID. You mean the COVID denier? That's a good job? Mike DeWine with no spine? Please, knock it off. So they're doing the right thing. I'm glad to see it. Students will remain in distance learning through winter break, returning to a blended model on Monday, January 4th. I don't know about that one. I know one little boy ain't going to be there. I'm going to tell you that right now. He ain't going to be there. Pending an improvement in community health data that has resulted in staffing. An improvement means, here we go with this whole, I'll use my analogy again and again. CPS, school board members who may be watching, feel free to pick up on this and use it. No credit. We should look at COVID like a burning home. You would never run back into a house in which the fire had only 75% been put out. You would never do that. Why are we doing that in relates to COVID-19? It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Until it is extinguished, they should not return. Period. If these selfish ass parents sending emails and whining and crying, read them. You got a responsibility to read them and do what's the best thing. Simple as that. People respect it when you do the right thing, even when it's difficult. Don't be like Mike DeWine with no spine. Stand up, school board, and do what needs to be done. I'll support you. We with common sense, the people of common sense in this country, in this county, will support you, in this city will support you. Simple as that. Oh, man, the world we live in. Common sense is just not that common anymore. It isn't. We are living in the days of no common sense. You know what I'm saying? Do what needs to be done. Let's go to the phones. Good morning. Welcome to the show.
Good morning. It's Donnie B. How you doing?
Hey, good morning, Donnie. Welcome.
Hey, so I wanted to talk about the CPS situation for a second.
Sure.
And as a preface, you and I fundamentally have an agreement or an agreement that CPS should have closed and should remain virtual throughout, the flu season when the pandemic is supposed to be at its worst. However, I think some of your comments today are insensitive to the privilege that you and me have to be able to pivot. I'm a lawyer, and I do not take for granted that I work for my own law firm where I can decide that I'm going to work from home, and I've been doing so since March. But if I was at the large firm that I used to work at, I would not have that luxury, and I am a single mother, and I would be stuck with no place for my son to go. So my thing is, I get why we have to close, but I think you got to be careful and recognize the hardship that closing the schools has on the parents. And I'm not saying we should remain open because of their hardship, but to accuse them of just whining and oversimplifying their issue, I think is disrespectful. Like, we got to recognize that, like, for example, my sister and her husband, they're both college educated, got good jobs, but they've got toddlers at home. So even when they work from home, they can't homeschool my nephew for 6.5 hours per day and still do the things necessary to keep the job, to keep the roof over their heads and clothes and food. So people are for real lives, have lost their jobs. Their jobs are being inflexible because their jobs want to keep their business open. And so there are real economic and child care issues that we can't, as a society, ignore. We need to come up with an alternative solution. But to say, oh, those people are whining, no. You got three different sectors of the I want school open. You got the I want my son to play sports because I think he's going to be the next LeBron James. Screw them. We'll put them to the side. Then you got the I feel like my son or daughter would benefit from having in-class learning and one-on-one time with the teacher. Put them to the side. But the parents who find themselves in a situation where closing school and doing virtual literally means they have no place for their 5 and 6-year-old or their 8-year-old to go, and their job won't let them take off work and still get paid. So they got to choose between leaving their baby at home unattended and going to work. It's not simply about, oh, you had kids, it's your responsibility. Yeah, it's all of our responsibility. But let's not act like that life doesn't life sometimes. It makes the responsibility of being a parent difficult. I'm going to be transparent. Even as a lawyer, there were times in my practice, because I'm working for the community, I chose to leave the large firm to do employment discrimination for the people. And there have been times, because my people have no money, that me and Davis almost ended up homeless. And I wish a nigga would say that I didn't take care of my responsibility. I did everything that I could do, but life still happened. And family and friends had to help me so that I could be the Donnie B that you guys see today. So we got to be careful, brother. I get that we're in a pandemic and schools must close, but to make it seem as if a parent is irresponsible because they're struggling right now in battling the two situations of food, clothes, shelter, and a job versus their kids' education, I can't let that get off. Like, I'm privileged, I'm blessed, but it's by the grace of God every day that I wake up in this pandemic and I go to the fridge, and sometimes I cry because there's actually food in my fridge. I cry because I can walk across the hall and see that my son is e-learning, doing well, and he has a computer and monitors and a laptop and all the equipment and supplies that he needs to thrive in this pandemic when other kids don't have it. So I'm just saying we got to be careful. And I'm seeing people in the podcast group chat today on your feed, and they're defending Jeff Pastor and making excuses for him and why he did what he did and accepted the bribe. But then we don't want to have compassion and empathy for the struggling parents in the middle of this nationwide pandemic that nobody could have foresaw. When I decided to have a baby 13 years ago, I had no way of knowing that 13 years later, we'd be in the middle of a COVID-19 pandemic. I didn't even know what COVID was. So I'm just saying, let's be careful. Let's walk it back a little bit and say, hey, school has to close. But as a community and as a village, we still have to make sure that we help the struggling parents that aren't so fortunate during this pandemic. That's all I got.
Yeah, I appreciate that. But at the end of the day, you are responsible for your son, correct?
No, we are responsible because we are a community.
No.
So my thing is, if I took the there are people out there that I have helped, even though their child is not my responsibility and their situation is not my responsibility, but I love people.
Donnie, I hear what you're saying.
Like, hey, your kids are only your responsibility, but trust and believe, Nate, if you and your wife couldn't provide for your kids tomorrow and I had money or food to provide, I would do it.
That's
I
great.
wouldn't be like, oh, it's you and your wife's responsibility to do it.
That's great.
Because I would help.
But at the end of the day, you ultimately are responsible for your child. At the end of the day, I am responsible.
And we all need help sometimes.
We all get that. But at the end of the day, as the parent, you are ultimately responsible for your child. Like, I get what you're saying. I appreciate you saying that to soften the blow a bit. But at the end of the day, each parent who had a child is ultimately responsible for that child. And that's the point I'm trying to make.
Community services?
So
you don't believe in health and human services?
You know I believe in all of that. You already know I believe in all of that.
Vouchers.
I believe in all of that. I also believe that COVID is dangerous and lethal. I also believe that we got to make some difficult decisions about how we move forward. And I don't believe that Laura Mitchell or the school board ultimately are responsible for each individual child. It's the parent that's responsible.
What I'm saying is your comments about,
let me get it all out. I know I'm wrong, Donnie. Let me get it all out. Ultimately, when you send your child to CPS, there's a level of responsibility. But here and now, in the real world, you are going to be responsible for your child. Nobody could foresee COVID. Nobody could. It's going to be some difficulties all the way around. I'm not saying, I've talked about the challenges that we have, even inside of, our privilege. But at the end of the day, for us to get through this, we're going to have to buckle up and handle our business individually while the community is doing what it can do as well. That's the point I'm making.
So that's a problem right there, though. You're like, we got to buckle up and handle our business as if for the parents that aren't as fortunate that they're not trying to do the same thing. I had a client that I represented just earlier this year. Let me give you the example because I think we got to put it in real life context because it's not a hypothetical for me. So when my client called me up 4 months ago when the pandemic hit, and both her and her husband lost their job, she was pregnant and they had 3 kids at home. They were taking care of their responsibility. And they went to get unemployment and waited for the COVID unemployment package. And they had no money for 5 months waiting on unemployment to do their job. So I'm like, no, let's not say that we all got to buckle down. Yeah. Because my clients did try to buckle down.
And they still going to have to buckle down.
To get what they needed. They almost starved to death waiting on wraparound services.
And that's unfortunate. But they are still, even in those circumstances, responsible for the children that they brought into this world.
I think the community is responsible. The public officials are responsible. Let's put this where it needs to be. So is it on Laura Mitchell? Absolutely not. But let's talk about Governor DeWine, and let's talk about all the government agencies that we pay taxes for that are supposed to give us wraparound services for such a time as this, and we're not getting them. So no, I'm not willing to say that it's 100% the parents' responsibility for food, clothes, shelter, and everything, because I don't get 100% of my check. A part of my FICA goes to social services. So when I'm in need, they're supposed to be able to fill the need.
Oh, yeah,
they're
for sure.
They're not filling the need.
Oh, for sure.
So my issue is, no, it's not as simple as, oh, it's not Laura Mitchell's fault and it's the parents' ultimate responsibility. No, it's the public.
Well, no, it's not as simple as that, Donnie, but it all boils down to that.
I don't think so.
It all does.
Down to it does. Where's my tax money at? Where is the Medicaid, the Social Security, the welfare, the unemployment, and all the benefits that come out of my check every week? So that for such a time as this, me and my family are supposed to be taken care of.
That's a question for Congress right now. They couldn't get together on a stimulus package. You're right. I mean, I'm not saying it's not a complicated issue, but as a parent, in relation to CPS and some of the whining that I heard about from parents and not be able to do this and that, I get it. But at the end of the day,
is it whining or is it concern?
It's both. It's both. As you said earlier, it's both. Some are whining, some are complaining, concerning, and are concerned. But at the end of the day, you are going to be responsible for the children that you brought into this world. Period. I'm not saying there's not other factors, but it all boils down back to that. And there's no way around that. Well, it's not that people aren't stepping up. It's just you're going to have to step up more now. Well, that's the way you heard it.
You're like, people need to just step up.
Yeah.
Or people need to just buckle down.
Oh,
buckle
absolutely.
Down with what?
Absolutely.
My clients were homeless.
You're going to have to step up as a
What were my
parent.
clients supposed to buckle down on? They had no family here. They got 3 kids. They're married. And both of them lost their jobs. And unemployment and the stimulus check didn't come for 5 months. I'll wait for the buckle down. Because I donated money to the organizations to help families like my clients. Because it's not about buckling down and picking yourself up by the bootstraps. To me, your argument sounds like what white folks say about why black people can't get ahead, and ignores the discrimination and systemic racism that we face economically, educationally, and in all kinds of other facets of life. So I'm like, don't say that parents aren't buckling down, because I have clients and people that are buckling down, but the buckling down is not enough.
And having said all of that,
we can't be insensitive to that.
and having said all of that, CPS is about to go back to virtual learning, and parents are going to have to buckle down.
No, I think we as a community need to lean on the social services for them to buckle down and get the people the resources that we need.
That too. But at the end of the day, nobody is more responsible for your child than the parent that had it. There's no way around that, Donnie. I hear what you're saying. You know I sympathize. I get it. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. And parents who have children are going to have to find a way. Now, if that means social services, you're going to have to find a way. If that means renegotiating as much as you can during your workday so you can help your kid through virtual learning, that is what is going to happen.
And what do you tell the parent that tried that and their job said no?
I just told them.
What do you tell the parent that has a 5-year-old and they're a single mother and there's nobody else? And they have no family here to watch their
I sympathize. I do. I sympathize. But
you?
we are where we are. Oh, you know I sympathize.
They need to stop
but
whining.
we are what we are where we are. It is what it is. Now, do I think that that Congress needs to step up and we should be getting more for our tax dollars? You already know I feel that way. Do I believe in a social safety net? I shouldn't even have to say that. Obviously, I do. But on January, whatever it is, 23rd, CPS students are returning to virtual learning. And it's incumbent upon those parents to make it work.
I think it's incumbent on all of us.
Well,
and
I mean,
I'm privileged, and I want my kid at home, and he's at home, and I've been privileged that Davis has been at home because
Same here.
It's virtual the whole time. But it's incumbent on all of us. I'm not going to leave out the parents that don't have the luxuries that I have and say, well, you know what? It is what it is, so screw you. I feel like we need to close, but we also need to provide a solution for those parents, and we don't have one.
Obviously.
And that's the problem.
That's obvious, though. Obviously. But you agree with me.
Obvious?
We need to. Oh, yeah, it is obvious. You agree we need to close. And so if you agree that we need to close, then you agree that that comes with certain consequences. Those consequences for those people you talked about means that they're going to have to shoulder the burden of being parents. Now, that means finding more social safety net avenues and resources. If that means that family units needs to come together, all of that. We should have been doing all of that. But at the end of the day, on January 23rd, people that had children, parents, are going to have to step up and do what they got to do.
I hear you. I think we all do. And I just think that sometimes in your word choice or in the way you categorize it, I think you minimize their struggle.
No, I don't minimize it. I'm just getting straight. I'm just cutting through the facts and getting straight to the bottom of it. I feel you. I can't disagree with anything you said. But at the end of the day, on Monday, November 23rd, CPS is going to virtual learning. We both agree with that. And since we both agree with that, then we agree with all of the hardships that all those parents you talked about. We do agree.
They should close with services.
You do agree.
They should close with services.
Well, obviously they should close with services. Obviously they should close with services, Donnie. But there are parents out there that are saying that even during a pandemic, as dangerous and as lethal as it can be, we should stay open because it makes their lives easier.
Makes their lives easier?
Yeah.
Or makes their lives exist? That's the problem.
No, it makes their lives easier.
The problem I have with word choice. It's not easier.
It is easier because they're not going to die because CPS closes. It is easier, Donnie, because they're not going to die because CPS closes. It's going to be a hardship that I understand and you just articulated. But we both agree that's a hardship that they're going to have to deal with because the larger issue is the threat of COVID.
Is it a larger issue or is it the same for some people? I feel like for me, I'm privileged enough that COVID is a larger issue. So all I got to do is make the choice to work from home and keep my kid at home.
Well, I think,
but for some, they're like, yo, forget about COVID. That's Russian roulette. I may or may not get that. But I know for a fact, if I don't go to work tomorrow, me and my kids don't eat. So for me, COVID is a bigger threat. For some people, COVID is not the bigger threat. Immediate homelessness, immediate job loss, immediate no food is the immediate threat. Even that
all good
is
points. I hear what you're saying, but you just said Russian roulette. When you lose Russian roulette, what does that mean? You're what?
You die.
Exactly. So the larger threat in the minds of now CPS and the majority of school board members is the specter of contracting and or dying of COVID. And that's why they're closing.
My issue, I don't have a problem with them closing, but my issue is closing without the wraparound services and mischaracterizing the plight of the parents that are begging them to stay open. Even though I don't agree that we should stay open, I still understand the argument and the concerns and the needs of those people. And that's what I'm saying.
Well,
we can agree that we need to close without being disrespectful.
I get it. So what I'm hearing from you is you think that and I don't understand because, I talk all the time. What you're hearing today, and maybe you said it earlier, so I'll reiterate my point. So what you're saying, what you're hearing from me today is that you now suddenly think that I don't understand the difficulties that closing is going to have on parents. Is that correct?
No, I don't think you empathize.
Okay.
I think you understand.
Well, let me be clear.
Empathize.
I do empathize, but put that to the side. They still should close. And that means that those parents are going to have to step up and do whatever they got to do the way parents have been doing since the beginning of time to make it work for those kids.
And what are we going to do? Let's talk about it in the chop shop. What are we going to do? Because I believe in community. I believe in village. So I don't think it's just those parents should step up. We all should. So we all should look at ourselves and say, hey, if there's a check that we can donate, if there's a child care issue that we can help with, if there's a job that we can provide, we all need to step up. Not just
I like the way
parents,
that sounds.
It's we.
I like the way that sounds. But again, there's a privilege involved with that. Because you're in a privileged position where you can send a check and do that. There might be people out there that can't send a check. There might be people out there that's already at their wits' end and that their resources in, and they're doing as much as they can with their kids. What I would say, it goes back on that village and that family unit. Families got to rock with families. Friends got to rock with friends. You and I as individuals may not have the reach to reach everybody, but you should reach out to the people that's in your arm's reach to do as much as you can. I'm with that 100%. But to me, this is obvious to me. But at the end of the day, your son is your responsibility. I got 2 kids upstairs. At the end of the day, no matter what the community does, those children are my and my wife's responsibility. And that's what it is.
Sometimes people need help, is what I'm saying.
Obviously.
And I feel like you were focused on, they're their responsibility, but you weren't focused on the wraparound services. You weren't focused on the village helping out and all the things that we've now fleshed out through this dialogue.
I'm okay with you thinking that.
And I feel like you should be equally as vigorous with the plea for help to those families as you are about blaming them and saying it's their responsibility and they had kids and all this and this and that.
I'm okay with you thinking that. I mean, it's not true. I'm okay with you thinking that, Donnie. It's not true, but I'm okay with you thinking that. And I'm glad you called in to press me on it so I can fully put it out there in case anybody else was under that misunderstanding. But that's okay.
Yeah.
But again, I stand by what I said.
I was like, no, I'm going to call in because Nate can't be on that. Like, there's no way that Nate can't be empathetic to the parents that don't have
I'm super empathetic. I've said it already. But we pass empathy, in my opinion. When it comes to CPS closing, we pass empathy, Donnie, on the question of should CPS close. And that's what the root of this is about. We pass empathy. Empathy is going to get a lot of people sick with COVID and a lot of people with long-term issues, if not dead. We pass that. At some point, the decision has to be made and the consequences will be what they got to be. And we're going to have to get those wraparound services in place and all those other things. Like, why don't we have a stimulus package in place right now? This is bigger than CPS. You're right. I pay tax dollars.
Than the parents. That's my whole point.
I'm just right. That's a separate conversation than CPS, though.
Well, I feel like you blended it all together. And you were like, well, you're the one that had the kids, and so you need to step up. And I'm like, no, there are parents that are stepping up, but there's no step.
You keep saying no to that.
Period.
There is no no to that. When you have a child, you are responsible for that child. There is no no to that. I think
that's an overly academic explanation for it. Like, we know we are responsible for
it.
Okay, then. Stop.
No, it's not overly academic. Common sense is uncommon. Sometimes getting straight to it without all this other stuff is what is necessary and needed. And that's what I'm providing this morning. That's what I do. Period. I mean, I hear you.
I feel like truth, no chaser also means we need to be empathetic and we need to help out our brothers and sisters in the community.
Obviously. And CPS is doing that. You know, they providing food and other services throughout the rest of the year. All great things. But for those parents.
And let's just be careful about not characterizing it in a way where people that are on the short end of the stick hear your message and they feel disrespected, is what I'm saying. So if you're saying, hey, I feel like the rubber has met the road and unfortunately we got to close, that's one thing. But it was the extra commentary after that that made me feel like that if I was somebody that was in a situation where I really needed school to stay open because I have no place for my kid to go, that somehow you were blaming that on me and saying I wasn't doing enough as a parent. And I just want you to recognize there are parents out there that are doing everything they can to survive right now.
But I already know that.
It's just not enough.
But you're telling me something I already know, though, Donnie. I got that.
Yeah, but you're not bringing that up in the conversation, which is why I called.
Yeah, but because we've already done all of that. That's what I'm saying. This is, as you said, now for the rubber to hit the road. We've already done all of that. When it comes to CPS, despite all the stuff you said, it's still, and we both agree, that it's still time to close. So all those parents that you just talked about, they're going to have to deal with what I said, which now it's time for you to handle that business no matter what you got to do. It is what it is. There's no way around it.
Yeah, but we need to help. So I just want to leave you with that we all need to look into our sphere of influence and into, you know, our friend and family circle. And if there's anything that we can do to reach out to those parents that are struggling to help them to get through it, we all should. I'm going to close with that.
Obviously. Absolutely. I'm with that 100%.
Great dialogue.
Yep, absolutely. Thanks for the call.
Bye.
Appreciate it. And again, at the end, I hear what she's saying. We did all of that. We know all of that. CPS is closing on November 23rd. They're doing the right thing. Period. They're doing the right thing. And all of the hardships that come with it are going to come. And as parents, as I said earlier, somebody just called in a 293 number. Okay, they're calling back right now. Call me back. I appreciate it. I'll put you on. So I get all of that. You know, for anybody that said about me, you ain't been paying attention, you know, obviously. But those conversations, we'll have it right here, right now. I'm here to tell you all the whining, all the belly aching, you decide to have children. You are responsible for them, period. Period. There's no way around it. It is what it is. Why don't we have a stimulus package that's in place right now? I thought that the stimulus package that we had already were a little bit too thin, quite honestly, per the amount of tax dollars that we pay. Here we are in the pandemic, and we can't even get our money back when people are dealing with these emergent situations. It's a damn shame. That's separate than the flow I'm making this morning. It is what it is, parents. It is what it is. There's people out there that chose not to have children for whatever, you know, unforeseen reason. This is where we are. So, you know, the family unit's going to have to come together. The village is going to have to come together to help out. But we should have already been doing it because this ain't our first week in the pandemic. I mean, here we are many months into it. CPS has been open for what, a month now? So what I found interesting with Donnie's comments is, and I get it, it all comes back down to what we just said is they're closing. We both agree they should be closed, which means that we both agree that these hardships are going to be felt by, you know, the parents, including us, including me. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I've already acknowledged my privilege. I've done it many times before in terms of being able to keep my children at home, and everything is going to keep on going, right? It's not going to affect anything in terms of the money coming in. The wifey, you know, is in a position where she can work from home, checks still come in. But we're responsible for these children, period. Not Laura Mitchell, not the school board. We are. You know, something can happen tomorrow and there is no school board. Who's going to be responsible for the kids? You are. You know, we might be standing on the brink of oblivion right now with these fools talking about a coup for Trump. We don't know what tomorrow's going to happen. But whatever happens tomorrow, if you're a parent, you are going to be responsible for those children. And that just is the way it goes. We got a lot of calls coming in. But let me go to the phone calls right now. And if you've been calling in and I cut you off, again, no disrespect. I'm just running two lines right now. One line is on air. One line is a hold. So please call me back. Let's go straight to the phones. Hey, good morning. Welcome to the show.
What's up, Nate?
Hey, what's going on? What's up, Minister?
Minister. Not much. Hey, I had to call in. I get what Donnie V was saying, and I get what you're saying. Couple things, man. Like some people, like I was just thinking about this, and I get what she was saying about the village need to help, and I get what you're saying that it's a responsibility of a child, right? My parents always told me that, and like I'm 20, like I said, I'm 28. I could have had a kid a long time ago if I really wanted to. But the thing is that when you say that it's responsibility of a child, that's your responsibility. No one made this decision except for you. And right now in today's times now is that, it's survival of the damn fittest. Come on now, it's survival of the damn fittest. Let's get real now. Let's get real. All right. Survival of the fittest. No one cares about what's going on. No one cares. No one cares about helping people. But I mean, some black people don't care about helping other black people. That's just how they are. If they got money, so we'll stay in our little home, or be like what's his name? Andy Black. Like Andy Black, yep. Stay in his little bubble and keep it pushing. You get what I'm saying? I mean, the thing is that people do not care about certain situations. I'm gonna ask you a question, Nate.
Sure.
I didn't take CPS to close down already. I mean, yes, the COVID. What took them so long to close down already? What took them so long? Because in my mind, at my Healthy City schools, they closed down early September, when the numbers start spiking with those kids on the football team and having practice and stuff like that. When stuff starts spiking, let's close down schools. What is what's the huge jump all of a sudden now with Cincinnati Public? Tell me that, Nate.
Well, I mean, the numbers are going up. the state of Ohio is in the red, if not the purple. More and more people are getting COVID and in the hospital for COVID.
Last time I think we was in the purple.
We was in the red.
Have to take are we in the red right now?
Yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, it seems like we should be in the purple. I was just talking about this yesterday. I mean, we were in the red for a while. I know they do it every 2 weeks. I guess we'll find out today or tomorrow where we are exactly.
But what I'm thinking is, what's taking the thing is, it's like we're in the pandemic. What's taking this so long that we wasn't just automatically in virtual learning? Now, let me be clear, Nate. Some people can't do it. Yes, you said that we got to buckle down. The parents got to buckle down and do what they got to do. But then too, Nate, what else? Like some parents don't have have that luxury to do that. Some jobs don't care. They don't care. Oh, we gotta help you. We don't care. You still got. It's either A, you want to be here, or B, you don't want to be here. And then that's when you have to decide, like, what do I have to do? I mean, can I put food on the table for my parents and then leave my kid dumb? Because the thing is that I'll tell you this, Nate. Can you do some of your daughter's schoolwork? If she needed help, can you do your daughter's schoolwork?
Yeah.
Some parents can't. That stuff is hard.
Yeah, you're right.
Some parents can't. You be like, what in the world? This is when I agree with Donnie B. I agree with you on this stuff too. But Donnie B is basically saying we need to have support through these hard times to help each other.
Absolutely.
Like this. And the thing is, Nate, is that when people need help like this, especially tutors and stuff like that, some people, I don't know how Cincinnati Public is, but some like I know in the healthy schools, certain qualities is they have teachers helpers. They have to be online. I don't know how it is in Cincinnati Public because that's a whole different ball game. But the simple fact of the matter is that some of these kids need tutors. They need tutors. Now I get what you're saying about these people, these parents. They're belly aching about want to be. Oh, I need them to be at sports and stuff. Some of these parents want their kids just to get away from the home. I met parents like that. They just want to leave their kid and drop them off at school and don't care and do what they want to do. Let's don't get it twisted. But then some of these parents, he is trying. They're trying. But at the same time, is that what else gonna happen, Nate? What else? I mean, we can't do anything. The thing is, they can't do anything. I mean, if they try, I mean, what are we gonna do? Leave the kids failing, all right? Be in job, in unemployment, and then what are we gonna do? Leave them on the street, Nate? Come on now. I mean, yes, you gotta buckle down, but at the same time, you gotta understand too is that if the parents trying, I mean, what more can we do? And the thing is that when parents is, when parents is trying to do it the best they can, yes, the community needs to help, but then at the same time, you gotta pick and choose wisely who you get the help from, because after all is said and done, they want something in return. You get what I'm saying? They want something in return. So that's all I gotta say, Nate. I'm headed up to Minnesota. I just came back from Cincinnati. I'm just heading up to Minnesota. But like I said, the thing is with this stimulus check too, we ain't having one, Nate. Come on now, let's be real. Trump said that a long time ago. In what? August? Nah, early.
He said after the election.
Oh, we getting a second.
He said after he's reelected.
We getting right. He's getting the next. We getting a second stimulus check. When is that gonna happen? That's why some of these black folks, and I call them Mr. Bojangles. These Mr. Bojangles people is still trying to wait for the stimulus check. It's not gonna happen. Let's be real. Survival of the fittest. Nathan, I'm out.
Appreciate the call, man. Appreciate the call. Also remember this. I just thought about it. Appreciate the call from the minister there. As it relates to CPS, CPS has been in a hybrid system for the last, month? And they've only been offering in-school learning 2 days a week. So that means, and again, I only say only in relationship or compared to, I sound like I'm really loud, in relationship or compared to being there 5 days a week. So that means that parents, all the parents, have either been doing one or two things. All CPS parents have been doing one of three things, quite honestly. So if your child attends Walnut Hills, your child has been completely virtual 5 days a week. So like I said, each and every Walnut Hills parent, and not all Walnut Hills parents got it going on and got money like that. It's levels to it. But each and every Walnut Hills parent has had a virtual student. And parents have been doing what they got to do in support with all of the things that CPS or other people are providing. Let's look at the other two options. For every other student that attends CPS school. And that's why I don't think this is that much of a stretch, but you tell me if I'm wrong about it. I'm always open to be corrected by my people. But each and every other CPS parent and student has been a hybrid. So that either means that you chose to keep your kid in virtual learning, which means that 5 days a week they are in virtual learning, or you chose as the CPS parent for your child to do hybrid learning, which means that 2 days a week your child has been in school, and the other 3 days a week they've been in virtual. Now CPS has decided to go 100% virtual. So that doesn't affect anybody at Walnut Hills. That doesn't affect anyone who has already chose the virtual learning option. That really only affects, and I think this might be the majority, I don't have those numbers in front of me, but that only really affects, if you think about it, the parents who chose the hybrid system. And that affects them 2 days of the week, because 3 days of the week they've been there virtual. I stand by what I said. We need to have all the social services, all that kind of stuff. That goes without even question. But at the end of the day, during this pandemic, we're going to have to buckle down. If you're a parent, you're going to have to do what parents do. And that is be 100% responsible for your children in as much as you are already, really. I'm not telling you something you're not already doing. You're already 100% responsible. I love the village concept, and I see it, I believe it, I've worked in it, but I'm responsible for my children, and you're responsible for your children. Nobody loves my kids the way I do. And nobody's going to love your children the way you do. That's just the way the world works. And, people might have some feelings about that. They might take it a certain way, but those are the facts. Ain't no way around it. It is what it is. All right. Hold on 1 second. If you're in a 557 number, just hold on right quick. I want to go straight to the phones again. Hey, good morning. Welcome to the show.
Can you hear me now?
I can't hear you, brother. It sounds a little muffled.
Okay, so how's that? Is that better?
That sounds a little bit better. How you doing, brother? Welcome to the show. What's your name?
Yeah, Herschel Daniels.
Herschel Daniels?
Yeah, Herschel Daniels. I'm one of those guys who signed that $30 billion agreement with Fifth Third and the $20 billion one that just was renewed with Huntington Bank.
Okay. What's up, Herschel? Good morning.
You heard? Yeah, well, I'm a guardian of a Hughes High School and the virtual learning. And so just letting you know, if the graduation rates were bad before, and CPS is proud of a 78% graduation rate, think how terrible they're going to be in the next year. And so we as a community have to become more involved when they just got an additional $48 million by passing the levy. Okay, so for the next 5 years, that means there's going to be $240 million that CPS is primarily going to be responsible for.
Right.
And the key thing is for poor parents who are involved in this distance learning is that they're having problems getting the internet because Cincinnati Bell, that's the chosen provider of CPS.
Right.
And so they are not. So if you're not digitally aware, this is not a helpful service how they have it set up. And so we need to be more
What do you mean by
engaged.
What do you mean if you're not digitally aware, it's not a helpful service?
If you're not digitally aware, what they'll do is they'll send you a router, or you can go pick up a router. And then, they'll go on their map and locate and say where you are and say, is there a wire to that location? And then you have to hook up the router.
Okay.
And then you have to train it up. And if it doesn't work, then you have to call them back. And then you have to set up an appointment for their tech to come out. But what they'll try and do is upsell you to Cincinnati Bell services.
Right.
Okay.
I've heard about this. Yeah.
And
they will try to upsell you. They'll try to upsell you on insurance for the line, which is like $8 a month or $8 a year.
For at least $61, and more than likely they'll try and sell you for $148. Okay, but parents should know that they can get when they're doing that, that the parents should know that they can get from Spectrum for $25 the whole wireless setup. Okay, for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Okay, for on income basis. Also, there's $1,500 for parents who have IEPs for their students. And so if they have an IEP, they have the income limits, that's going to be available. My coalition is going to make that available. I'm the new chairman of the Cincinnati Empowerment Corporation.
Okay. Now, is this information
it was
available
passed on by Robert O'Neill?
Is this information available on your Facebook or on your website somewhere? I'd love to share some links.
You can look it up at Black Folks Plan, hashtag Black Folks Plan. We're the group that started when they started the review of human rights on the United States on Monday. We're that group that put out a Black Folks Plan.
Yeah, I see this.
Pelosi, I'm that group. We meet every Wednesday at noon for directions, but we also meet every night at 8 p.m. to have the general discussion talking about the money. Okay, so that's what, when you have people talking about healthcare, you're talking about money. You have people talking about Jeff Pastor and real estate, it's all about the money. Okay, and so we have the tools here in Hamilton County. There is over $150 billion worth of bank agreements in effect right now that cover Hamilton County. From Fifth Third's $30 billion agreement to Huntington, which just renewed their $16 billion agreement, $20 billion to First Financial, which did a $1.75 billion. So we put these agreements all in place. And so I've now recovered from my 7 heart attacks and since 2016. And so we're bringing it to the public. Okay. So look forward to coming back to you on periodic reviews.
Yeah, for sure,
taking
man.
any questions that I see that you're asking the hard questions online.
Well, I'd like to, is it blackfolksplan.com or blackfolkplan.com? Is that the website?
Yeah, well, we have a couple of websites, but it's blackfolksplan.org. Okay, the websites are going to be up later today. Okay, so, you'll be able to see it. I'll post it on there. It's AFDD. The organization doing this is African Diaspora Directorate, AFDIDI.org. So you want to look me up. I'm in Wikipedia, our organization, Friends of the African Union.
Okay, well, I'd love to have you come on, man, so we could just talk about this in particular. There's a lot of stuff going on right now, but it sounds very interesting, and I appreciate you calling in this morning.
Yeah, no problem. Just remember, Hamilton County is now the center of the United Nations Review of Human Rights that started on Monday.
Really?
We did that because Todd Pertune said last year, right, during Juneteenth last year, and he said, and the county commissioners agreed, that they were going to address institutional systematic racism because we were handed a flawed citizenship in 1868. They're on record, the proclamation.
All right. Appreciate the call.
Thanks for your time.
Yeah, that's Herschel Daniels with the Black Folks Plan. I've seen some stuff on Facebook. I don't know where I was in a group of here or there. Maybe we're friends on Facebook, or I just saw something in a Facebook page about that. But that's quite interesting. I mean, if it's about resources for our community, let me know. 100% the door is open. You already know. If you're doing something positive for our community and for the Black community in particular, you always got a friend on the Nathan Ivey Show. Now, a bunch of folks I think we're trying to call in. Let me double check here. 541 number. Call me back. I'll put you on. A 213 number. Call me back. I'll put you on. A 252 number. Call me back. I'll put you on. I'm a one-man operation, so I got 2 lines right now. But interesting. Very interesting. Did not know that. But where were we? So going back to the virtual learning piece, because there's a lot of stuff going on. I told you that. So CPS is returning back to virtual learning, gave you the details on what you can expect. We can go back and forth on whatever the details are. And I think there's a lot of details, but it is what it is. And I agree with this position. And if you agree with this position, then you agree that it's all about what we do next, whether it be support services, obviously, the family coming together, obviously. But to me, this is the right decision. Be honest with you, I believe that the right decision was for them to never go back to in-school learning. And obviously, that's going to put a burden on some parents. But it is what it is, parents. It is what it is. We're going to have to do what we got to do to get through these codes. Nobody said that this was going to be easy. This is not going to be easy. This pandemic thing is not going to be easy. But we can get through this. We will get through this. Let's go back to the phones. Good morning. Welcome to the show.
Hello?
Hey, hello. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Miss Gladys. How are you?
Hey, what's up, Gladys? How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great. I wanted to jump in real quick when I saw the CPS discussion, or I've been listening since it came on, but the CPS part of it was really interesting to me because I work at a school and I am in communication with a lot of parents and a lot of students, a lot of community partners. And so I've learned firsthand what an impact it has made with the virtual learning and all the obstacles and challenges that comes with that, especially for the Black students and the lower income students. But what I do want to say is that there are a lot of adults that are complaining about virtual learning and the school's decision to return to virtual and things like that. But the parents, the adults in this city do not understand the part that they are playing in the community spread, which is what causes the numbers high enough to have to go back to virtual learning. So you can't spend the entire week complaining about how, you want little Traviante back in school, but all weekend you are in the clubs, you're in the bars, you're at your cousin's baby shower, you are here and there, you are not wearing a mask. The adults are the ones who control how fast and how quickly this disease spreads in the community and what those numbers look like. So if we collectively are wanting the children back in school, if we want to be sure that the kids are getting what they need for in-person learning, because there really is no comparison. I mean, there are things you can do with virtual to make it as close to in-person learning as possible, but there's really no comparison, and the way that some of these students are falling behind is just jaw-dropping. And the sacrifices that some of these parents and even the grandparents have had to make to accommodate the virtual learning is just outstanding. But I want everybody to understand it's not the government, it's not the city of Cincinnati, it's not Hamilton County, it's not Mike DeWine. We decide as the community how and when and how much the spread happens out in the community. So if you are really tired of the kids not being in school, if you do really think that that is in-person learning is what they need, then act like it. Then act like it. That's my frustration. We as the adults need to do better and even modeling good behavior. If we're telling the kids at school, okay, wear a mask and wash your hands and do this and that and stay 6 feet apart and we can only have 6 or 7 of you here at a time, we're spending their day doing that. And then, we take them to the rock and jump place, and then we go here and we go there, and nobody's in a mask and nothing happens. It's like we're just kind of bouncing that ball back and forth. So I don't think it'll be a while before we return to in-person learning is if we don't definitely get the mentality that we have to get this under control. And I used to think that it was kind of, outside the 275 loop, and those folks, the Trump-friendly folks that were, anti-mask and the virus is not real and you have to die something somehow. Oh, but it's here. I mean, it's definitely in our communities, that mentality is alive and well, it's thriving, it's kicking. And, seeing as how Black people are so much more susceptible to COVID, we have so much higher of a mortality rate. You would think that we would be the ones to say, listen, it affects us more, it hits us harder. A lot of times we don't have the resources that we need to continue our daily lives, whether through virtual learning or working from home. So why don't we do the right thing? Whatever they're doing outside of the 275 loop is that, but every weekend clubs and parties and concerts and this and that, and get here early, it's going to sell out. It's like, why are you still packing people into venues with the community spread running rampant? So I'm just encouraging the adults to do what's right so that these children can get what they need.
Hey, Gladys, great flow. Thank you for the call.
Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate the point. I understand what she's saying. I don't get it either. She makes a good point. She's like, listen, if you don't want it to spread, see, if the disease spreads in Hamilton County, if you're somebody who's like open the schools, I think all parents generally kind of feel that way. Like if you're a parent of a CPS student, I think, and again, I don't think I'm overstepping my boundaries when I say this, but I think generally speaking, overwhelmingly, most parents want their children to be in school because you realize that's the best learning place for them to be, right? At least that's what we think with the current information that we have, right? Okay, well, what Gladys is saying is, if you want that, if the disease continues to spread in Hamilton County, the CPS, who just made a decision to return to virtual learning on November the 23rd, which is about maybe 13 days from now, maybe 11, maybe about 12 days from now, not next Monday, but the Monday after that. Well, then you have to do what you have to do in the community to make sure it doesn't spread. I agree with that 100%. I don't get it. I don't get it. Like, shout out to everybody and all these business endeavors, but I see some things and I'm like, is dancing and music that serious? And I get it. You know, I'm different than maybe a lot of people. Maybe COVID-19 isn't hitting me the way it's hitting you. A lot of people are having social anxieties, which, again, when faced with a pandemic, I don't see it. But I guess there's that view out there. People feeling shut in and they having mental health issues. They want to go out. I think that's real. I think that's a real thing there. Well, if you believe that, well, and you want your kids to go back to in-school learning, then act accordingly with your adult time. I'm with that 100%. I agree with that 100%. You see, Deborah writes, Nate, you're never going to convince him of that. I'm not even sure. That was at 9:10, so I'm not sure. I'm kind of jumping in. Let me jump into the chop shop right here. Say good morning to Tracy. Tracy writes, hi. Tanika writes, good morning, Nate and the Choppers. Good morning to you. Brian writes, morning. Happy Veterans Day to all who serve. Absolutely. Pat writes, good morning. Pam writes, good morning. Fox writes, rise and shine, young stars. Ray writes, grand risings all. Ashley writes, good morning, Nathan and the Choppers. Hashtag Team and I. Pam writes, the show title, though, yeah, it is what it is. Not a good look, man. Duty is done, pretty much. Brenda writes, happy Wednesday. Glad to be listening from under the covers today. Hashtag federal holiday. That's Tracy. I know that's right. Pam writes, thank you to the veterans. Sister Iris writes, good morning, great people. King Kobla writes, yo, Black Russia, you got butter for that toast? You wrong for that, man. Leave Black Russia alone. Good morning. Hashtag disgusted beyond belief. Cassandra writes, hey, Choppers. Crystal writes, good morning. Mason Marler writes, morning, Nate and the Choppers. Hashtag flows ready to eat for everybody. Hashtag flow Dems are not the Botham John party. Hashtag hug a loser conservative. Hashtag former pastor campaign choppers in witness protection. Hashtag Polly want a lawyer, not a cracker. Hashtag multiple names for multiple lames. You're wrong for all of that, man, but good morning to you. Polly wants a lawyer, not a cracker. You are hilarious, man. I read something that said that Jeff Pastor had a public defender. Like his partner that got caught up in this scheme, I think from what I read, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I read that his partner, Jeff Pastor's partner, his accomplice in all of this, at least from what the federal government is saying right now, hired a local prominent black lawyer to represent him. Then I read that Jeff Pastor had a public defender. I'm like, man, what? You ain't got no money left? Is what it is. Kush writes, good morning, Nate and the Mighty Choppers. Hey, good morning to you, Kush. Appreciate you. Tony writes, and so goes the saga of Pastor Polly. Damn. Tony writes, the Blackfish. Hey, how you doing, Tony? We got to reconnect, man. Make sure, you're doing well, brother. I was thinking about you the other day. Hope you're doing well. You can do it. Change is a little bit difficult, but just start a little bit at a time, man. Just start a little bit at a time. Mason Marler writes, but last week, Nate was on here talking about how the Democrat Party needs to reach out to Republicans like Drop and others to see what makes them tick. Love the hypocrisy. Well, I'm saying it this week as well, Mason Marler. I'm not changing my position on that. If you're a Democrat and you are someone who works to elect Democrat candidates on a national level, you should be analyzing, doing a postmortem of all of the numbers, and you should be asking yourself, why did Donald Trump get 70 million votes? That's your job. I don't understand your point. Makes sense. If you're a Democrat political operative, if you're someone who is involved with the Democrat Party, and it is your job to help elect Democrats to office, you should be looking at the election, analyzing it, and asking yourself, how can you do better? Why was it so close? To just throw your hands up in the air and say, oh, these are Trump supporters and they're lost in the sauce and that would be foolish. Make sense? Ray writes, Georgia, absolutely. There is literally no one on TV saying that what Nate is saying. Biden doesn't take office until January. Read and pay attention, Nate. You sound like Black QAnon. Well, it depends on what you're talking about. I was at 7:56, and I don't remember the context. If what you're referring to, Mason Mahler, is what I said that Joe Biden is, I don't want to see Joe Biden on his knees and begging Mitch McConnell. Well, actually, there's quite a bit being written about it and talked about it already. I'm not sure what you're watching. Start watching MSNBC, man, and diversify, what you watch. Because there's actually quite a bit about what's happening behind the scenes and some of the deals that are already being talked about being made, and some of the compromises that Joe Biden is having conversations with when it comes to Mitch McConnell. I mean, those are all facts. Let me see. Kush writes, damn, Jazzy Jeff. Stay strong, brother. Jazzy Jeff, you talking about Jeff Pastor? Donald Trump knows as soon as he leaves the White House, he will have to deal with the state of New York and Letitia, is it Iams or James? Yeah, he will. And we'll see how that works. I mean, what does he got, like 8-9 lawsuits he's going to have to deal with? Yeah, he's got some serious legal issues. But I'll say it again, Donald Trump is a creature of litigation. This is what he does. He's been doing it for years and years and years. If you know anything about the history of Donald Trump, and at this point, if you've been watching this Trump circus, you should. He ain't really worried about all of this. We'll see what happens. And then he'll be a former president. We'll have to wait and see what happens. I mean, what I've learned with this whole Trump thing is that just because it appears to be something open and shut doesn't mean it actually ends up that way. People thought that the impeachment was going to be open and shut, slam dunk. Oh, they got him with Mueller. What happened? So we'll have to wait and see. Let's go back to the phones. Good morning. Welcome to the show.
Good morning, Mr. Ivey. This is your West Side Connection, Drop Squad 52, calling in from the left coast, also known as the People's Republic of California. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing great. Good morning. What's going on?
Oh, I'm doing good, man. Oh, I'm doing great. I've been listening to your show. Mostly all local issues, but I've been dropping, a few little dimes in the chop shop. But at the end, I was getting ready to sit down and have my 7 o'clock cup of coffee. But then, Mr. Ivey, you went there again with your wisdom about how politics work. Now, let me throw this out there, Mr. Ivey. What Donald Trump is doing with his challenges to these different states as far as the ballot count, He knows that it's not going to be enough votes disqualified to put him over the top to give him the 270. Because the only way he can do that is if he wins in Pennsylvania. So once that point about the 7 million votes, or it's, I think, up to 71, almost 72 million that Donald Trump received. And you can't say that those votes were for the GOP. I think most of that 70 million were votes for Donald Trump himself, because we know how the Republican Party is divided, just like we're starting to witness the divide in the Democrat Party. Because all I got to do is mention the Lincoln Project. So with that division within the Republican Party, and that's 70 million votes. And we could even say, let's take half of that. Let's say 30 million. That 30 million votes is enough votes, Mr. Ivey, for Donald Trump, Blexit, Black Not Democrat, Black Voices for Trump, Diamond and Silk, Larry Elder, Ice Cube, Yeezy, Killer Mike. You can go down the list of all these voices who are Black, but they're not Democrat. So what you're saying, Mr. Ivey, is very, very interesting politically. With that 40 million votes, Donald Trump has the ability to start a third party. And this is exactly what the Democrats and the Republican Party are worried about with what Donald Trump is going to do when he leaves the White House on January 20th, 2021. That 40 million votes, Mr. Ivey, somebody's going to hear what you're saying, and they ain't going to listen to that dumbass Mason Mahler, who all he do is just all up in the booty of MSNBC and that liberal media. But what you're saying, Mr. Ivey, and again, that's why I mess with you, sir. You're calling it right. The Democrat Party needs to address the issues within their identity groups. We're talking about Hispanics, we're talking about Blacks, we're talking about Asians, and we're talking about the Latino community. Those four groups, once all these numbers are shaken out after the election, is going to prove your point, Mr. Ivey. The Democrat Party and whoever is going to be running the Democrat Party under the Biden-Harris administration, because we all know it's not going to be Joe Biden. Joe Biden is just a temporary face. But I think that Donald Trump and the people that support him right now will be major players in the 2022 midterm elections and the 2024 presidential race. Now, I'm not saying that Donald Trump will be at the head of this ticket, but I guarantee you there are a lot of people that could be at the head of this third party ticket led by Donald Trump, his billions of dollars, his support from these fractured groups that you tried to point out months ago, Mr. Ivey, how there's been a steady decline within the young Black vote and the male Black vote ever since the Bill Clinton election in 1996. It's been a steady decline. And at this point, Donald Trump has proven to both parties that if there's going to be a third party, which this country desperately needs an alternative to the Republicans and the Democrats, that has been made very clear this past 3 to 4 years. If Donald Trump is able to pull this off, or if he's able to be the architect of the beginning of a third party, beginning with that 40 million votes, the desperate Democrat Party better wake up, because members of the party like Mason Mahler, they're old, they're outdated. Ain't nobody trying to hear them no more. The Democrat Party and the Republican Party will no longer be able to use identity politics and the race card to persuade voters to go to the polls. And that was clear last week when over 160, possibly 160 million Americans voted for the president of the United States. So that's all I got. What do you think about that flow, Mr. Ivey?
Well, I think that if Donald Trump creates a third party and it rises in some of these battleground states or even on the national scene to any kind of prominence, that would actually be a good thing for the Democrat Party. Don't you agree?
Well, I think it'll be a good thing for America because with the advancement of technology, Mr. Ivey, and the destruction of our media, media is basically become entertainment. So with the emergence of social media and entrepreneurs like yourself, with these independent media groups that are doing everything through social media, this country is going to have a third party. And with the amount of people that, go ahead, sir.
Well, I was speaking directly to your flow when you said you think that Donald Trump has 40 million supporters, that he can start his own party, and that somehow the Democrats would be afraid of that. Maybe I should think of this a little differently, and maybe look a little deeper into it. But as I sit here right now, I mean, that'd be better for the Democrats, wouldn't it? Because if Donald Trump comes up with a new party, it's going to be to the right of the current Republican Party, right? More than likely. That means they'll be
no. That
means that they'll be cannibalizing one another in the votes.
No, I don't think so, because when I've said in the past about the Black divide, and the Black divide was on display this morning when you were talking about local issues on your show. It is clear because of the economics of Black America today, that Black families have options that they didn't have 20 years ago. And the perfect example was you and Donnie B. We're talking about a lawyer, a Black female who has her own law firm, a Black male entrepreneur who runs a media company. Mr. Ivey, these things did not exist 50 years ago, at least not on the scale that it has right now. So all I'm saying is that maybe, obviously, in order to compete with the two major parties, it takes money and it takes votes. And I think Donald Trump if he, like I said, he took half of the 70, that is more votes than any third-party candidate has ever received in this country prior to Reconstruction.
Right, but he didn't run as a third-party candidate this year. He was he had a major party endorsement with the Republicans as an incumbent. We also got to remember he was an incumbent. He's only the fourth, as I remember, the fourth incumbent president to ever lose an election.
Yes, no, he's the third. Yeah, he's the fourth. I think he's the fourth. It was Carter, Bush, and somebody back years ago. So either way, Mr. Ivey, my point is the reason Donald Trump lost was because of the fractured Republican Party and the all hands on deck media attack that was just consistent year after. I mean, it was just consistent. So the fact that, like you said earlier, the fact that this contest was even close with a damaged candidate running for the GOP. So just imagine, Mr. Ivey, if you take a candidate that's kind of like half Donald Trump, half Ted Cruz, and half Mitch McConnell. Can you imagine what kind of candidate that would be?
Yeah, Frankenstein monster candidate that hopefully nobody would ever vote for.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Donald Trump will be gone, but his style of politics will be examined to understand how did this man get this many votes, the second most in U.S. history, and as an incumbent, he got more votes than he did when he was originally elected.
Right.
Now, again, this election will be studied. Maybe Donald Trump's lawsuits may expose some things that need to be exposed. But all I'm saying, Mr. Ivey, I wanted to jump on what you were saying about how the Democrat Party better wake up because this country is begging for a third party. It was clear in the Democrat primary that there is a thirst for something different from what the traditional Democrat Party stands for. And then obviously what Donald Trump did in 2016, the Republican voters said, we want something totally different.
Speaking of what Donald Trump did, I know you're a Trump supporter. What do you think about Donald Trump?
No, I'm not. Stop. Hold it, Mr. Ivey.
Did you vote for him?
I do not.
Didn't you vote for him twice?
Idols. I am a Republican. He was the Republican on the ticket.
I didn't ask you if you're a Republican. I said that you are a Trump supporter. And by the very definition of it, you are, even though you don't like it. You voted for the man twice, correct?
Yeah. Mr. Ivey, this is why I mess with you. You are good at what you do.
Can you answer that question?
You use words.
Did you vote for Donald
Mr. Ivey,
Trump
all
twice?
I'm asking you is stop calling me a Trump supporter. Just call me the black Republican like you always have.
You are a Trump supporter. You don't like it, but you voted for the man twice.
Mr. Ivey. Okay. See, now you're trying to trigger me. I'm trying to end your show on a positive note.
Yeah, I am trying to trigger you.
I am not a Trump supporter. I am a Republican supporter. Please, sir, that's all I ask.
Did you vote for Trump twice?
Oh, my God. Here we go. Fame Rothstein, help me, sir.
Yeah. Yeah. So you voted for him twice.
Yes,
that
Mr.
makes you,
Ivey.
by the
I
very
will play your
definition,
game.
a Trump supporter. It's not a game. It's a question.
It's not. I keep telling you what you...
He hung up, y'all. I'm triggering folks. I triggered Donnie. I'm triggering Drop. Good. We need to be triggered. Good. I speak facts. I stand by everything I said. Great. This man just hung up the phone. Oh, okay. Maybe he didn't hang up. Maybe he got so excited he hit the button by mistake. I'll give him that pass. Hey, good morning. Welcome to the show. Did you hang up? Or
Mr. Ivey,
did you hit the button by mistake?
I hit Mr. Ivey. I hit my button on my thing again. I'm sorry, but that was a sign. It was time for me to hang up.
I appreciate you. Yeah, take it easy, brother.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Ivey. Peace out, brother.
Listen, we all one family. Listen, he said something about black divide, no divide. We all on the same point. All on the same boat. Me and my sisters, me and my brother, we all on the same boat. You can always call in and hold my feet to the fire, agree, disagree, whatever. Maybe we agree, but we come to the conclusion via two different paths. It's all good on the Nathan Ivey Show. Believe that. We ain't nobody dividing us. We ain't doing none of that. So no, there is no black divide. That's one thing. There ain't no black divide. We all on the same point. We all in the same boat. We just talking it out in the 21st century. This is 21st century, black talk show. We just having different opinions. And what you hear are different opinions. But when I called you a Trump supporter, I didn't say you was a MAGA hat wearer. I didn't say you was willing to put your life on the line like Herman Cain. I didn't say that. But by the very, very definition of you voting for Trump twice, not once, but twice, drop, that would mean that it's fair to say you're a Trump supporter. You supported his policies. You supported his style, or you wouldn't have voted for him. I can't assume that you would. I can't imagine you voting for somebody, but you don't support him. There must be something there. Even if you're holding your nose, like, people that voted for Joe Biden, but you're kind of holding your nose, you supported him on some levels. You supported him over the other candidate at the very, very least. It is what it is. That's not a diss. I was just trying to get to a certain point there. And, there's a lot to unpack with that phone call. I'll just leave it like that, but I appreciate the call. Again, 513. I'm having fun. I'm staying. I ain't going nowhere. Let's rock to 10:30 because there's so much going on. You know what I'm saying? Let's do this. Veterans Day. Many of you might be off work today. Let's keep rocking. We can. So let's keep going. Like I said, I love this. I have done this for free. We'll do this for free because I just love interacting with the community. I love sharing my flow. And I'm always open to be corrected by my people. Always. Always. If you hear me say something, you like, this nigga tripping. Let me throw the number up there. You are. And I'll give you the floor. There it is right there, 513-873-7134. I'm always open. As long as we respect one another, it's all good. And because I always respect you for supporting me in this show. So, again, there's the number, 513-873-7134. Before we go to phones, we got Mason Mahler on the line. Hey, Mason Mahler, hold on 1 second, brother, coming straight to you. I just want to reiterate that we had some guests on earlier in the morning talking about the 17th annual college prep workshop. I'm going to share this again in the stream because you might have missed it. And this might be something that's, you really want to take advantage of. I think I'm going to have my daughter plug into it. She's in the 10th grade now, but we look to the future and she's preparing for college right now. And I'm sure many of you, you might have some folks who are either seniors or sophomores or juniors or whatever. You might want to plug into this because it's just so easy to do so. It's the 2020 Virtual College Prep Workshop being presented by Delta Sigma Theta and Omega Psi Phi. It's this Saturday, November 14th from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. It's going to be a Zoom, pardon me. It's going to be a Zoom video conferencing event. You can register online. I just put the link in there. And if you're interested, do your due diligence. You can hit the register button. And we had some good folks on earlier talking about it. And you can register up until, I believe the brother said, I believe Anthony said up until 9:30 a.m. the day of the event, which is this Saturday. And they're going to be doing, I want to make sure I tell you because it might be something you can take advantage of. And if you decide to do it, please let me know. Okay, so if you hear this here on the show and then you decide to go, let me know. That's so valuable. It's so valuable in terms of, working with partners and just kind of letting people know that we do, in fact, have an audience here. Because sometimes I think people forget. But it's free and open to the public. And they're doing several workshops, social media savvy, what's in it for you. You've met your match, test optional versus test required, which is best for you. The new reality, surviving COVID-19. They're going to do an interactive student panel. You can bring your questions and get insight from current college students. They're also going to do an interactive parent panel where parents can ask questions directly to parents of current college students to receive some what will hopefully be helpful information and tips. Again, this is all valuable. This COVID-19 college process is going to be different, and this could be a resource to you. They're also going to do a scholarship. $500 will be paid directly to your college and university. If you're interested in the scholarship, what I was told this morning is that you have to attend the whole 3-hour event, and then they're going to do like a raffle type of thing. Again, it could be you. $500, man, that go a long way. You got to stack them chips in college. $500? Man, I might take care of your books or maybe take care of 2 books, whatever the case may be, because those college books are such a scam. I'm going to be honest with you. I've always thought it was a scam. But whatever the case may be, then this opportunity is available for you coming up for this Saturday. And I want to make sure that I do my part to just let you know again, because they were on like almost 2 hours ago. So I want to make sure if you're just tuning in, you've been hearing the show, we've talked about a lot of different things, and that's an opportunity that's in front of you this Saturday, follow that link from Eventbrite, and hopefully be a resource for you and your college-bound student. All right, so let me go back to the phones. Good morning and welcome to the show.
What's going on, Nate? How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. Mason Marlon, welcome.
Hey, I want to call it truce, man, because apparently me and you were part of the Black Divide.
Right. Yeah, he ain't gonna get that one off. He ain't getting that off.
Our discussions turned into a Black Divide according to people.
Right.
Like I almost called him Rush. I meant Drop. Let me say this, Nate. If Donald Trump were to take 30 million out of the 70 million from the Republican Party, and he ran as a third-party candidate against the guy that got 75 million, what's the difference there, Nate? That don't sound like a winning strategy, does it?
Not at all.
The whole idea that the Republican Party would split and Donald Trump would become the testicular head of the Republican Party? Are you kidding me, Drop? That's your political philosophy that you're going to carry into 2021? Donald Trump as the voice of the Republican Party? You talking about a divide? Trump, there was a divide among white people, among white Republicans. You see, Trump, as much as you try to talk about the Black divide, there was no Lincoln Project on the Joe Biden side, but there was a Lincoln Project for the Donald Trump side. Am I lying or flying, Nate? I mean, they had a whole group of Republicans saying, no, not today. And then, let me just put this in perspective, folks, when you talk about Drop and his dropping BS, what he calls science. Remember, for the last 4 years, Nate, we've been hearing what percentage? 5 to 8%. Am I lying or flying? That's what Drop says.
Over and over again.
5 to 8% is all it takes, right?
Yeah.
Drop this time, he got what? I'll give you 10 to 16%, and you still lost by 5 million. How do you explain that, Drop? I doubled your 5 to 8%, and you still got smoked. And Drop, oh, by the way, don't get it twisted, folks. This wasn't close. I love how Nate, have you noticed this? How the Republicans try to play Donald Trump got more votes than Barack Obama. Have you heard that line that they trying to play?
I haven't heard that one, no.
Yeah, oh yeah. Donald Trump got more votes than Barack Obama, and Barack Obama was the greatest Democratic candidate ever, and nobody can, campaign like Barack Obama. If Barack Obama ran today against Donald Trump and they still had to deal with the pandemic and mail-in voting, he would have got 100 million votes dropped. Who the hell are you trying to kill? If Barack Obama ran against Donald Trump today, he'd beat him by 15 or 20 points. Am I lying or flying, Nate? I mean, think about it. If Joe Biden gets 75 million with mail-in ballots and greater access to voting, how many votes do you think Barack Obama would get? Give it a conservative estimate, Nate. What, 85 million?
He definitely was a better candidate than Joe was. That's for sure.
No, I'm talking about voting. Barack Obama having access to, see, what I'm trying to do is, the Republican thing now, Nate, is to try to, sanitize Donald Trump's defeat by playing, the Tiger Woods card. You remember when Tiger called himself a cobbler nation, but it made white people feel good because, well, at least it's not a real black guy beating himself. Right. You know how they love to play that.
Cobbler nation.
Barack Obama was half like, no, he's a brother. Y'all just try to, lessen the blow. It's not a real black person that's commanding and getting all the power and control. They love to play that card. You notice that. Patrick Mahomes. Well, Patrick Mahomes, they got a white mom. If Patrick Mahomes was walking down the damn street in Reading Road, and they would describe him, I'd say some light-skinned brother with a fro hawk. I wouldn't say some white dude that looked like Drop. I mean, come on, dude. And let me also clear this up. And I told you this the other day, Nate, that this election is becoming like the 2018 election. The more and more we get into it, the more and more we find out that actually there was a little bit of a wave, but it damn sure wasn't a red wave. And we go back to Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. They call it the blue wall for a reason. Donald Trump won those states by 0.7%. 77,000 votes in total. Hell, they had 77,000 votes in one precinct in Philadelphia, Drop. The only divide is to get your ass out the White House. You and your crew. I'm going old PHSL, Woodward Withrow basketball game type shit. Get your coat and your brim and get up out of our gym. I mean, come on, Nate.
And leave the gym, huh?
Leave. Get the stepper. He talking about 5 to 8%. 10 to 16% couldn't get it done, drop. You need to go back to your Frank Luntz School of Political Busters and try again. Everything you said has come up wrong. Not Rosie, wrong. Hey, let me get back to work, man. I had to get to, 67% of the Hispanic vote voted for the Democrats. 63% of the Asian vote voted for Democrats. Let me put this to rest. This whole idea, Nate, this is another one. This goes back to Tiger Woods' combination thing. He keeps trying to say that, well, black people are slowly but surely leaving the Democratic Party. The truth of the matter is, is that 93% of black women voted for the Democratic ticket. I believe 87% of black men voted for the Democratic ticket. I went to public school. When you get to 0.5 or above, you round it up to the largest number. So that's 90%. So still 9 out of 10 and 9 out of 10 black men and black women voted for the Democratic Party, drop. So you all excited that you got 1%? Like 1 out of 10 Negroes actually like you. That's what you celebrating? Come on, Nate. Am I lying or flying? Give it to me straight, Dad.
I'm with you.
I'm out of here, Nate. Let me get out of here, man. Drop, I got you, man. Drop, I'm telling you. You got 70 more days and 4 more years of this stuff. You will get no rest. Dropping science, dropping BS. I'm out, you sissy.
Dropping science. Drop is a part of fam. I support Drop. I want to put it that way. I support everybody. Oh, man. Listen, the conversation has been hot this morning. Oh, I appreciate it. We should be having heated conversations because there's a lot of ish going on in our community. We shouldn't be agreeing on everything. We should be challenging one another. We should be having these kind of conversations about what's happening politically, what's happening with COVID. Temper is going to flare. We're going to disagree. I love divergent points of view. It is what it is. What we're here for. Let's see here. This is a whole bunch of conversations there. Maurice writes, that's what's missing today, Nate. Just the other day, you said the other sister should have stepped up with the sister who clocked that teacher for the question he asked that little girl. I did say that. Maurice writes, I continue to post articles on my Facebook page to show this coronavirus crap is planned. Denise says she doesn't think I actually listened to what Donnie was saying. Well, I did. I think that Donnie was taking a small part. I think she was hearing what she wanted to hear. Because, if you listen to the show at any length of time, the way I feel about our community and a social safety net is what it is. But see, I know how this business works. And that's why I stand on my opinion. So sometimes people just hear what you're saying in the moment and they forget what you said in total. And that's just the way it is. It comes with the territory. I stand by what I said. You as a parent are the number one person that's responsible for your child. This CPS thing ain't even no conversation, quite honestly. Because the more I think about it, think about it. If you don't know, CPS has decided to go back to 100% virtual learning. Who does that really affect? Who does that affect? Well, as I understand it, you got 3 or 4 types of parents who are CPS parents right now. You got the parents who have chosen to do virtual learning. So what is virtual learning with CPS? Because it's important to talk about the details, because the details will give us context for, the larger conversation, right? So who are and what is the current circumstances of in virtual or the hybrid learning system that we're doing right now? That means that there's 5 days in a week and 2 days out of the week, kids are going to school. That means that the majority of the days, as we speak right now, children, students in CPS are at home. On Monday, they're at home. And depending on whether you're A or B, class, you're at home either Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, Friday. So that means that despite the protestations and whatever anybody might feel, that right now, as of yesterday, if you chose the in-school option, the options that are available to you, because you don't have the option for your kid to be in school 5 days a week. You didn't have that. That was taken away from you. Your children were at home or somewhere else 3 days out of the week. We've been doing that for the last month. It is what it is. What's the other option? Well, the other option is that you chose for your child to go to virtual learning, which meant that 5 days out of the week, your child has already been in virtual learning. The other option is for Walnut Hills students because of, I think it was the class size, the amount of children you have in a building, and then the amount of students, not children, but students that are in the building, and then the amount of space that actual building is supposed to occupy. They chose, and by they I'm talking about school leadership, CPS, they chose for Walnut Hills to remain virtual. So this news don't even affect Walnut Hills parents. Nothing's changing for you. This news don't affect parents who have chosen virtual learning. This news only affects the parents that chose the hybrid model. So now, how does this affect those parents? Well, this means that 2 more days, now the entire week, your children are going to be at home. I stand by what I said. Laura Mitchell did not choose to raise and have your children. She has a job to do as the school superintendent. The school board has a job to do as a member of CPS school board. Parents, you as a parent, are ultimately the person that's responsible. Obviously, we need all the social safety nets. I mean, I'm all about that. I don't need to go into that. That's obvious. But when it comes down to it, in these pandemic times that we live in, and again, these are going to be challenging times. All of us are going to be challenged, no matter what your privilege is, because your life is going to change, right? All of us are going to be challenged. That means it's on you, mom and dad. No matter what your economic circumstances, it falls back on you. And that's just what it is. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. We passed that. Sugarcoating and being all soft about it. And that's what's got us to where we are right now, where the COVID-19 epidemic is spreading through the country. Why Hamilton County, it looks like, is on the precipice of going purple. Let's keep it real and do what we have to do. Support everybody that needs to support. We need them stimulus checks to come down quick. We need all our tax dollars. And as I said before, I have no problem with taking a greater percentage of my tax dollars to help those that need it. Got no problem with it. Because, as I said before, I mean, for me personally, I judge success by what's happening, not just in my own pocket, but with the larger community. I got the biggest house on the block, but everybody else living in squalor. I'm not winning. I'm living in a big house, living good with all this, that, and the other, but my mom, my family, the friends, people around me not doing good, I'm not doing well. But if you're a parent, it's on you. And I'm here to tell you, other people might want to sugarcoat it, and I'm going to keep it real with you. That's what it is, homie. And we going to have to find a way. It's time for grandparents and all the people in the neighborhood to step up and do what they got to do. And there's no way around that. Because I believe that CPS is doing the right thing. I think it's the right decision to make in these COVID-19 days and times. I heard somebody put this in here. Somebody put in here, like, if the teachers are sick, then nobody's going to be there. You're right about that. If all the teachers get sick, they having difficulties with substitute teachers, the school building's going to be shut. So let's do what we got to do. Sometimes a temporary sacrifice is necessary for the greater good. You feel me on that? Sometimes that temporary sacrifice at the beginning, it might be difficult, it might be hard, but sometimes that sacrifice is best in the long run. And that's how I look at CPS. And I mean, if you agree with that or disagree, cool. But it ain't changing how I feel about it. It is what it is. I got 2 kids upstairs. I know y'all love little Buddha, the medium Buddha. I know y'all love, put the pictures up, everybody, oh, they cute. But guess who's responsible for them? Oh, yeah, me. That's who's responsible for them. Period. And that's just the way this world is. And I'm tired of the sugarcoating it. We sugarcoat too much. That's what it is. Okay, family? So hopefully this will be temporary because they got this new COVID vaccine coming from Pfizer. You ready for that? Yeah, it's a 2-dose. It's like 2 shots or 2 doses, should I say. 2 doses. A 1-2 punch to take out COVID. And, Pfizer is the production behind this. We'll see what it does. They're saying this should be coming online 2021, January or so. So They're saying it's got a 90% efficacy rate. That's super high from what I understand and my limited understanding of those kind of things. That seems pretty high to me. Are you going to take the Pfizer vaccine? I don't know. We'll wait and see. All right, let's go back to the phones. Good morning. Welcome to the show.
Good morning.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are you? This is Donita.
Hey, what's up, Donita?
Can you hear me?
You still there? Oh, she hung up. Hey, Donita, call me right back. I'll put you right on. I could not hear you. So I heard you say, hey, this is Donita, obviously, because I answered, and then I couldn't hear anything after that, and then the phone just hung up. So I'll wait for you, Donita, because I know you have some comments in there. I definitely want to hear what you have to say. Call me straight back. There she is. She's calling me back now. Hey, good morning. Welcome.
Hey, Nate. I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Good morning.
Okay. Good morning. This is Donita. I was calling about some of the things that you said this morning. I don't think anyone is disagreeing that we have to do something to keep our kids safe. Nobody's disagreeing with that. My problem with what you said was like that those parents who need their children to be in school because they don't have any other place for them to go, like Laura Mitchell didn't tell you to have kids, that you went over the line to me because people are doing the best that they can. No, the kids are not Laura Mitchell's responsibility. Yes, every parent is responsible, but you have to understand that not everybody is in the position that you were in. Not everybody has the ability to turn and pivot on a dime and have something for their children. It doesn't mean that they're less responsible, that they care less, or that they're not as smart as you because you see COVID as a problem. That doesn't mean that. It's condescending, it's hurtful, and it's disrespectful.
So let's back up here for a second, Donita, and I appreciate your phone call. So I'm trying to figure out, you said I crossed the line. And as the way I look at it, and I think you disagree with me, I've been spitting nothing but facts. So the way that people interpret the facts is on them. I mean, you know, Laura Mitchell is not responsible for the individual well-being of the children that the parents who had those kids are. You just agree with that.
Yeah,
so we both agree that, well, maybe we don't both agree with it. Do you think that well, let me back up here. Do you have a student in CPS right now?
No.
Okay.
So I do have a child. I do have a school-age child.
Right. And again, you're still able to have an opinion about it, but I want to make sure I understood where you was coming from. Because I do. I got two. One is 5 and one is 10, and they've both been affected in different ways. So I got skin in the game. So I'm not talking from a parent who don't have a child that's impacted by that. And then, so do you think the CPS is doing the right thing by returning to virtual?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Well, I don't see where we disagree with. I mean, I think that
where we disagree is your message on parents. That is where we disagree.
Well, my message on parents is just to clarify. Go ahead.
What you don't seem to understand is words have power. We all know that.
Right.
And when you sit here and say to parents, then you shouldn't have had children, you're crossing the line.
Oh, really?
No, nobody thought when they had their kids that we were going to be here. Most people, think about it. I don't know about you, but I had to put my baby in daycare because I work.
Well,
so when wait, let me finish.
Yeah, go ahead.
So when I got to the point that my baby could go to school all day, I rejoiced because I didn't have to spend that daycare anymore. Does that mean that the school is responsible for him? No, that means that he can go to school all day while I'm at work, making a living.
Right.
That's what that means. And parents who have to go to work in this instance love their kids just as much as you love Buddha and Junior. They are just as responsible for their children as you are for Buddha and Junior.
Right.
They are just as smart as you are. So when you get on here and you do those rants, it's disrespectful to parents who are not in the position to sit on Facebook and do a talk show.
No, it's not.
It is.
No,
some people do not have that luxury. And what you have to do sometimes is think about the other person.
Oh, I do all the
For
time.
the grace of God, there go I. You could be in the same position in 6 months. You don't know. Nobody knows what the future is going to hold. You don't know where you're going to be.
Right.
Right now you have the ability to be at home, you and your wife. But in 6 months from now, you don't know what could happen.
Right.
You could be that parent who has to say, you know what? I don't have a place for my kids to go. And if anybody were to turn around at you and say, well, you shouldn't have had them, they'd be over the line.
Well, let's be clear. And I never said you shouldn't have had them. I don't know where you
did.
I think that's something. But even if I did,
it's exactly what
go
you
ahead.
said.
You did the floor again, then I'll finish up. Go ahead.
Get it all out. Exactly what you said was you shouldn't have had kids. Those were your words.
And I stand by that.
And maybe you didn't
Danita, I say it to you.
But that's what you said.
I say it to you. I say it to any parent. If you're not prepared to take care of a child, don't bring them to this world, period. If you don't like that, oh well.
I guess it is a well. Wait.
Do you disagree with that?
I hope you are never in a position.
Hold on,
I hope
Danita.
you are never in a position that you don't know what to do.
Hold on,
I hope
Danita.
you are never in that position.
Hold on,
the
Danita.
Same people.
Do you disagree with that statement?
Yes or no? On the way up, I guess I do disagree.
How could you?
I vehemently disagree.
You disagree with the fact?
Tell somebody they shouldn't have had their kids.
Wait.
Don't you ever tell anybody that.
Wait. You disagree with the statement that a parent should be prepared to take care of their child if they bring them into this world. You disagree with that?
In some ways, yeah.
Okay, well, we disagree on that. We just agree to disagree.
You can have savings accounts. You can have everything.
It ain't about all that.
For as long as you need to. It does.
It ain't about all that. You're reading more into it than I really actually put out there. But I hear what you're saying, though.
It's what you said.
No, it's not what I said. It's the way you're interpreting what I said.
You were slapping your gums and you didn't listen to what you said.
No, I heard every word because I mean it and I'm reiterating it right now. What I'm listening to now is your interpretation of what I said. And I'm trying my best to clarify it. I ain't running from it. Like I said, Laura Mitchell is not responsible for my son and daughter. I am.
No, she's not.
Period.
Yes, you are.
You agree with that?
Yes, I do.
CPS did the right thing going to virtual learning. You agree with that? Well,
yes, I do.
What that means is that all the parents who are going to be impacted are going to have to do what parents have been doing since the beginning of time, making it work with your kids. Back to the point you made about, I don't know where I'm going to be in 6 months. You're right. But wherever I am, I'm going to be responsible for them babies that's upstairs right now. Not you, not anybody else. I am. And I take 100% responsibility. Hold on, Danita, let me get it all out because I know I'm wrong. I know I'm wrong, but let me get it all out. No matter where I am in 6 months, whether I'm doing this show or I'm living on the streets, I am going to be responsible for those children. Facts on facts on facts. There's no way around that.
Great.
So let me tell you what I'm not saying. And I can't believe I really have to do this, but I think it's very clear, how I feel about these things over the years I've been doing this show, even a short time. But I 100% think that we should have social safety nets. I 100% believe in support and willing to put my dollars behind it, have put my dollars behind supporting a social safety net so that there's people out there who are less fortunate. But having said all of that, it all boils down on November 23rd, CPS is going virtual, and parents, once again, are going to have to do what parents have been doing since the beginning of time, and that's making it work. And that includes me. Don't think that because I'm doing this show that you know what my bank account is like. You're making an assumption there. Don't think, and I've said this many times before, that I'm living it big and I got it. No, I've said it quickly and very, very, very over many, many times that this affects my family as well. But having said all of that, we, mom and dad, me and my wife, are going to have to make it work. If there was no social safety net tomorrow, if the whole government burned down tomorrow and there was no CPS, guess what? Me and my wife got 2 kids to raise, period. And those are the facts.
My point is, it's not about what's in your bank account, for real. Because I'm talking about the accessibility of being at home. You could have 50 cents in your bank account and be able to be at home with your children, and this doesn't affect you. That's what I'm saying. But for those parents who have to worry about that, nobody has the right to tell them they should not have had their children.
I don't remember saying that.
That's where my problem comes in. And again, like I said, nobody knows what tomorrow may bring.
Right.
And sometimes those people who you turning your nose up on your way up, them be the same people.
Who's turning their nose up? Who's doing that?
You.
No.
You.
No.
You don't even see.
I'm not even made like that.
And you won't. So
I'm not even made like that, Danita. I think that you're hearing things. I think this is the way that you're interpreted based upon the way you look at it. But I don't even come across like that.
Well, you did.
No, I don't.
Maybe you didn't intend to, but you did.
No, I didn't intend to, and I didn't unintentionally to. That's just the way that you're interpreting it. What I said is what I just said. I'm not the only one who thought that.
Danita. I'm not the only one who read your chat.
Oh, I see it. We can agree to disagree.
Who felt that.
Oh, I see it. I've seen it. I heard what Donnie said. Like I said, y'all entitled to y'all opinion.
She wasn't the only one either.
Y'all entitled to y'all opinion.
She wasn't the only one either.
Well, I mean, whoever is entitled to your opinion, I'm not trying to change your opinion. I'm just giving you mine. I mean, you can think what you want to think, but since you called me, I'm just trying to tell you exactly where I'm coming from.
But you're saying it. Well, it's the way that it's what you're hearing.
It's the way you're interpreting it.
But I'm not the only one.
Well,
so I could see. It's not just two people that heard it.
Okay, well, it might be the way whoever is interpreting it. It wasn't matter if it was 1,000 people.
Maybe it's the way who said it. Maybe it's the way who said it, how it came out. Maybe you should take some responsibility for that too.
I do take responsibility, just like I take responsibility for my children.
Hold up. There's nothing wrong with saying, you know what, that's not the way that I meant it to come out.
I've already said that.
There's nothing wrong with saying it. But no, you didn't. You trying to turn around on me like I'm hearing, like I'm hearing voices.
No, I told you.
That's the way you trying to,
I didn't do that, Danita. What I told you is, I hear what you're saying. I think that this is your interpretation, but we can agree to disagree. I've already said that.
Okay.
You are steady telling me something, and I'm trying to clarify so you understand where I'm coming from. But I mean, I'm not trying to change your mind. I don't have those kind of powers. I'm just simply telling you how I feel about it. However you feel, that's okay. It wouldn't matter if everybody in the chop shop felt that way, or everybody in chat. Okay, it is what it is. Right. I'm not going to change my opinion about it. I still feel the same way.
Hey, I'm not asking you to change your opinion.
Okay.
That's not what I'm asking you to do. What I'm asking you to do is to recognize how what you say can affect other people.
I hope it does.
I'm not telling you not to.
I hope it does.
All I'm telling you. I'm not saying,
Danita,
I'm not saying that everybody has to agree.
No. I hope that what I'm saying is affecting people. Listen, the point of me saying it is I hope that people understand that Laura Mitchell is not personally responsible to parent your kids. I hope that people understand that the Cincinnati School Board is not personally responsible for raising your children. That's what I'm trying to do. That's the point I'm trying to make.
So you also hope that people understand that if they cannot do that, then they shouldn't have their kids. You also want people to know that?
Well, I want people to understand they should already know this.
It seems to be it seems to be you want to highlight the two things that we agree on, but you don't want to get to the point that you said out of your mouth, then you should not have had kids.
I stand by that.
That is my whole.
Listen, I'll say it again.
Then there's nothing more.
I'm not running from it, Danita. Let me say it again. I'll say it for the third time in this phone call. If you're not prepared to take care of your children,
you're disrespectful, you're unempathetic, and that's it.
Okay,
so there's nothing
I'm
more
okay with you feeling that way. I don't believe it's true. I hope we don't fall all the way out about this, because sometimes people.
No, not at all.
I hope. Okay, great. But let me reiterate my point so we can be very, very clear. If you're not prepared to take care of children, don't bring them into this world. Period. That goes across the board to anybody listening right now. And if you do, hey, Danita, and if you do, then you've got to be prepared to do whatever it means and whatever it takes to take care of them. Whether you can foresee it or it's unforeseen. That is the role of parents. And here's the other thing about it. It don't really matter what you and I think about it, Danita. Did you know that? It don't really matter, because CPS has already made the decision. So no matter what you say.
That's the point you're missing. This is not about CPS. This is about you.
Well, no.
That's
the point that you're missing.
This is not about CPS's decision.
No, Danita, that's the point that you're missing. Is that for me, this was only about the decision of CPS. You are making this about me.
Then you should have left it there and not about
I left it right where it needed to be left.
You should have left it there. You should have left it at CPS. Great job for shutting down the schools and not keeping our children safe from COVID. That's where you should have left it.
Oh, heck no.
When you decided,
I said exactly what I wanted to say.
People should have children. When you decided to speak on that, you were wrong.
No.
You were disrespectful.
No, I wasn't.
Period.
I said exactly what I wanted to say. I meant it. You called in, you holding me accountable, and I'm reiterating it with you live on the air. I meant it. I said it. I ain't going back on it. Period.
Yes, sir.
Because I meant it.
You said
I didn't say that for shock value. Danita, I said it because I really mean it.
And I meant it.
I didn't hear what you just said. Go ahead. I'll give you the last word.
This is what I'm saying. You're standing on what you said. There's nothing wrong with that. And I'm standing on what I'm saying. You were disrespectful.
I appreciate
And I'm not going to change my mind about that.
I'm not trying to change your mind. I'm not trying to change your mind at all.
I'm not trying to change your mind either.
Okay.
Because I can't change. I'm not.
I hope we don't fall all the way out about this.
No,
you
not
sure?
at all.
Okay.
I'm
all right.
positive.
Okay.
I can disagree with you on one thing.
Okay.
And we can agree on 10 others. No.
Okay.
Because
cool.
because I feel like you were disrespectful today. When I listen tomorrow,
I feel like you're being disrespectful to me right now. I feel like you're being disrespectful. So now we even.
How am I being? Well, I would like to know how I'm being.
Well, I would like to know how I'm being disrespectful.
That's never my intention.
I like to know how I'm being disrespectful. That was never my intention.
You were disrespectful to parents that are in a situation to me when you minimized their situation.
I didn't minimize it.
As if.
Danita, I didn't. Listen, we have to be able, as people, black, white, or whatever, to deal with the facts and the reality at hand. And I keep coming back to it. You say, well, you just trying to harp on what we agree on. Well, okay, I mean, I should be focusing on the positive and what we agree on. Because where we disagree, it sounds like we never going to come together. So let's just focus on where we agree. The reality is that on November 23rd, CPS is going virtual, period.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
If there is a parent who has children and they are working, two working parents, they're doing great, everything is great. One of those parents or both of those parents lose their job and they can no longer afford what they have. Are they at fault and should never have children because they did not foresee not being able to make ends meet?
That question is not consistent to my statements. So let me, if you allow me, just read to your question so that in my opinion, it better fits my statement. Can I do that?
Yes, please.
Okay. So the real question should be, in my opinion, is on November 23rd.
I'm not talking about school.
Hold on.
No.
Danita, you said you were going to allow me to do this. You said you were going to allow me to do this, so allow me to do this.
But you got to answer my question.
I am going to answer your question.
The same way you tell drop in fame, just answer the question.
I am going to answer your question.
No, it has nothing to do with school.
It has everything to do with school because that's what I was talking about. Like
Nate,
what other people, how other people interpret it is on them.
Answer the question. If two people lose their jobs,
right,
or should they have never had children
because
they couldn't foresee?
That's not the question.
That's my question. You can't tell me what my question is.
Okay, so let me. So we're backing up here. Let's acknowledge what just happened. I asked you for in your grace to have the opportunity to answer the question a particular way, but you don't want to let me do that. So can you re-answer the question? Can you re-answer the question? I'm going to try my best to answer your question as directly as possible. So go ahead and hit me with it.
Okay. So if a parent, before they have children, is working and can provide for their children, and life happens and they lose their job and they can no longer provide for their children, should they then think, I never should have had kids because I can't provide for them? Because if I remember correctly, you said that we have to look ahead and be able to think about that, or else don't have kids. So that person who loses their job, they shouldn't have them?
I'm sorry, go ahead, Danita. I mean, you are completely taking what I said out of context, but I'm going to be a man of my word and answer what you said as directly as possible. But go ahead, finish it up so I want to answer.
That was my question.
That's it? Okay.
That was my question.
So to answer your question, what I would say to those parents, per the context of what we're talking about, because CPS is closing on November 23rd. What I would tell those parents.
We're done, Nate. I'm done. Nate, have a great day.
You too, Danita.
Shoppers, have a great day, y'all. Bye-bye.
You too. So I'm going to answer the question anyway, because I understand how this all works. And I don't want to take it out of context. I mean, because that would be unfair to me. And I'm never going to be unfair to me. So to answer her question as directly as I can, per the context of the question, I mean, if we take it out of context, it doesn't really have meaning to what we were talking about. But what I would tell those parents is that on November 23rd, you are going to have to find a way to make it work. Now, that's what it is. If you want me to lie to you, I said when I started this show, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm going to keep it real with you. All this other stuff about I don't believe in a social safety net, that I don't know where y'all getting at. It's funny because people look at me and say, oh, you Mr. Liberal, you Mr. Progressive, and you always crying. And now this morning, people are saying that I'm not a progressive, that I don't believe in a social safety net. So that's why I've learned in this business that to stand on your own 2 feet, and it is what it is. I mean, people take it however they want to take it. But I know how to articulate what I'm saying. So if what you're trying to get at, Danita, is do I have compassion? Obviously, because that's me. I wasn't born no silver spoon in my mouth, please. Knock it off. We're talking about government cheese, the whole 9 yards, food stamps, the whole 9 yards. So you don't forget who you talking to or who you listening to, because we disagree this morning on this issue. Don't forget, because what I've noticed is a lot of people forget that. They get like this tunnel vision and they only hear what you heard today and they forget the man or the woman or the person you've always been. Don't do that. Don't do that. It's unnecessary for us to have this conversation, but I'll leave it just like that. And if people are hearing something other than that, or you feel like I should add to it, you got the number right there. You can feel free to share your thoughts. 513-873-7134. Me, damn, it's 11. We might go to 12. I love this. I love communicating with people and talking about these issues and talking it out. I could do this all day. Now at 12:30, I've got a conference call, so I can't go beyond that. But we want to rock to 12:30. Let's do it. Let's do it. We can get to the bottom of it right here, right now. I love this. And I'm always open to be corrected by my people, if in fact a correction is necessary. If it's not, I'm not going to lie to you and tell you I agree with you when I don't. What? You don't want that from me? If I gave that to you every single morning, you wouldn't want to listen to the show. So that's just how I feel about it. But let's go back to the phones. Good morning. Welcome to the show.
Hello, Nathan. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great. Good morning, Faye. That's the way you say it, man. In the morning, it's hilarious. Welcome to the show.
Yes, thank you. Shout out to Donnie B, counsel at large of Sin Digital Media. She gave you that work.
Oh, did she?
Oh, she put them paws on you, B. But you know what? I found myself empathizing with you.
Really?
Because sometimes there's just some opinions that you gonna formulate that ain't nobody else gonna get. And it's just me and how I feel, and you find yourself explaining, unnecessarily explaining yourself to people like, no, you just don't get it. This is how I feel about it, and it is what it is, because you're like the only person listening that thinks like that about this opinion. And like I said, I empathize because it kind of reminds me of my take on Ray Carew. Nobody else agrees with me.
You're right about that.
But I'm sticking to my point, and you ain't said nothing to knock me off of it. I got my mind made up, and I drew a line in the sand. And that's how you were kind of coming off this morning.
I could see why you would
know
say
what I'm
that.
saying?
I mean, since you have that opinion about
truth.
Ray Caruth, I can definitely see you empathizing on that.
Yeah. So, I'm with you. I mean, I think you're totally wrong. I think your take is totally effed up.
Really?
But I see where you're coming from. Just sometimes you get on a pedestal, you get on a point, you ain't knocking me off. I haven't heard anything to the contrary that even makes me even think of considering what you're talking about.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I can see how
I'm
you
being
would
dead
understand
serious. I'm not
on that.
trying to give you a hard time. Yeah, I'm not trying to give you a hard time about that. I'm being dead serious.
No, I don't think you are. I mean, neither am I. I'm not trying to give you a hard time when I say I can see how you would say that and empathize because you got that Ray Caruth opinion. I get it.
Yeah. also with Jeff Pastor, I find myself very disgusted.
Really?
And I don't want to kick him while he's down. I mean, that's my man's man. You know what I'm saying? But I had got at him on Twitter, for the past 8 months. And this is kind of his karma because he dissed a middle school black girl trying to acquiesce Trisha Mackey.
Mm-hmm.
And I checked him about it. I said, bruh, how you going to say that about that girl? There was a video of a girl on a middle school bus, and she put the paws on some white boy wearing a MAGA hat.
Yeah, I remember that.
And then another black boy came in, to about 6 of them at him, at the boy. Video's caption.
I saw that video.
Yeah. Student beating up over a MAGA hat. They're not even reaching for his hat. You could tell that boy said something foul to the girl to make her snap like that. He come in trying to placate and acquiesce Trisha Mackey, who said something foul. This election showed her political leaning, like, to the worst. You know what I'm saying? She wasn't even trying to hide it. I thought journalists used to do that. Hide their political leaning somewhat. Huh?
She a Trumpster?
Oh, all day. It was insufferable on Twitter for a while. But I haven't heard much of her since, since the election. So maybe she got humbled a little bit. But, she said something foul. He said something. I said, Pastor, you can't do that. Then next day, superintendent releases a statement. It wasn't about, they had an altercation earlier. It wasn't about a MAGA hat. I said, now that you see this, Pastor, are you going to apologize to this young girl? He never responded to me for 6 months. I would hit him up every time I saw his tweet. He's going to apologize to this little girl. He never would. And now he's facing a $138. Like, oh, bruh.
Is that what he's facing?
I'm not going to kick him while he's down. Huh?
Is that what he's facing?
That's what I thought I read, unless I read it wrong. 7 different counts, 138 years total.
Damn.
Unless I read it wrong. But to answer your question about Chittenden and Dukeway, that's just some sucker stuff to do. Black man to black man. It was at least Tamaya got taken out by a white dude. Chittenden and Dukeway, you did some sucker stuff. Black men don't do that to each other. But then again, he's not an FBA. So that's why he has no respect for, I mean, it would seem in the political bribe game, 70, what did he ask for? 55 grand?
That's what he said he got him for, 55.
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't seem like a lot. Pay to play. Yeah, those FBI officers did seem very indignant about the whole thing. Like, I don't know what his entitlement was. And I said that about Tamaya, the way she was wording her messages to her snitch. It almost seemed like she was entitled to get the money. And come to find out, the FBI saying the same thing 6 months later. But you just don't do. We said the same thing about Tamaya. You just don't walk nobody to the feds like that. It's just some sucker stuff. And then being a black man doing that to another, like, just tell him I'm out. You want to see this man do time in jail just so you can get that building? You're just you're on some level you're just as bad as he is. You're just as foul. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't get down with that kind of behavior. I would just backed away, tried to get it somewhere else, whatever, or paid it.
So you think it was all about him trying to get this building downtown?
Why else would he tell?
Well, I mean, with the FBI agent, and correct me if I'm wrong, but from what I remember, the agent said that Ndukwe he was a little bit in his feelings or just sick and tired of being shaken down. This wasn't like the first time he felt like he had been shaken down. Not to say that Jeff Pastor shook him down. That was like a different circumstance, but I think that's what the FBI agent said was the motivation.
In the city the size of Cincinnati, if $55,000 causes you to go to the Fed, you're in the wrong game. This ain't no small Mayberry town. I mean, it ain't New York City. It ain't Boston, but it ain't Mayberry either.
So what's that dollar amount?
$55,000 causes you to go to the Fed, you're in the wrong game.
So what's the dollar amount? Is it $100,000? I mean, how much money do you need before you get upset as a developer
he was probably
and you
getting
decide you want to work with the
probably
feds to try to stop what's going on? How much money does it take?
Chinadum and Duque was probably getting $55,000 a game when he was, his last contract in the NFL.
When was that? 10 years ago? That money gone.
It doesn't matter. Okay, but he's got enough money to invest in a multi-million-dollar business or building.
I hear what you're saying, especially from black folks. You see this black man, he didn't work with the feds. I get it, but at the end of the day, I blame Pastor.
At the end of the day, it's just like you said about Tamaya. At the end of the day, it's their fault.
It's Tamaya's
You did the wrong thing. I'm just saying, on some level, that's kind of creepy. Sometimes you got to realize you ain't in the game. You ain't built for the game.
So the game is paying off politicians to get development deals done.
I mean, apparently that's what they do. Now, $60 million like Householder did. Like, okay, yeah, you asking for a little bit too much cake here. But
that's
$55,000. Yeah, and Duque, dude. I mean, come on, man. There's gonna be something. You gonna have to pay some type of taxes to get in that. When I mean by taxes, I mean unrecorded money. Let's stop fronting. $55,000 caused you to make a black man risk 138 years. I can't get down with you, B. And with Kelly Fraser, I don't know what she was talking about. I mean, Pastor clearly said that's why he brought in the other dude, the Marshall guy or Tyran, to quote unquote, and this was the Fed's word, sanitize the money. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I don't know what she was saying, like they're going after him. I mean, he knew what he was doing.
Yeah, he knew what he was doing, yeah.
Yeah, he knew exactly what ball game he was playing. And I don't know when he probably approached Chinadum or whatever, but if this was any time after not Kelly Fraser, Tamaya Denard, then, bro, like, I really don't feel sorry for you.
Well, that's why I don't blame Duque.
Right there. Let me get my affairs in order, huh?
Yeah, that's why I don't blame Duque per se, because this was Pastor. Pastor was using his position to make money. You say you don't blame him, you just don't think favorably of him.
I just think that's I can't, we got to watch the kids. I just think that is a bogus, bullcrap, Bush League move over $55,000.
Well, at least you're consistent, because you said the same thing about the white lawyer to help. Well, I think it was the white lawyer to help set up Denard.
No, I did not.
You did.
I did say the same thing. I said, I used the example between me and you. I was like, we got each other's number. We ain't never kicked it or nothing, but I wouldn't walk you down to the feds like that.
Same here.
That's
right.
some bull. Yeah. So, yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. I forgot about that. But, yeah, man, Pastor, whatever happens to you, you had it coming. But in Duke way, if Pastor knew some people, you'd be in real trouble. You know what I'm saying? But that is what it is.
All right,
but, hey, it is what it is. That's all I got. I thank you for running late so I can, slide that in, and I'll holler at you at maybe a future move.
Yeah, most definitely. Oh, we back with the how. I appreciate it. Appreciate the call. All right. Of course, I disagree with a lot of what you said, but okay. Terrence writes, Nate, you think lockdowns are coming back after Governor Mike DeWine, who has no spines, announcement today? And so what I'm reading is there's a big announcement that, been doing this COVID thing several times during the week, and they come out and I've been real disappointed, quite honestly, over the last month or so with the governor, because the numbers keep going in the wrong direction, but he ain't really doing nothing. And all this complaining and whining and trying to appeal with people, it ain't going to work. Ohioans, adults are incorrigible, period. That some people are just not going to wear masks. It is what it is. And it doesn't matter how you say it. They don't care about the numbers, because some of them, they just don't believe that it's real. Some of them, like the brother just got off, are like, hey, I'm going to take my chances. If I get it, I get it. And they're not really worried about if they're going to spread it with other people. I walk every day in the city. I was walking yesterday. It's amazing how many people out here in close quarters walking around with no mask on, even in the public, even outdoors. So here's what Mike DeWine tweeted. This was yesterday. He tweeted, today's data is alarming. Another 6,508 positive COVID-19 cases have been reported in the last 24 hours. Another 386 people have been hospitalized. 23 more people have died. Everyone must take this pandemic seriously. It's up to all of us to stop the spread. Hashtag end this together, Ohio. Well, the fact of the matter is that not everybody feels like they're in this together who lives in Ohio. The fact of the matter is that there's some people out there that until they get COVID, or somebody that they know and love gets COVID and dies or is seriously laid up in the hospital, they don't care. The fact of the matter is there's a lot of Ohioans, a lot of adults. We had a caller called in earlier who talked about the activities and the behavior of the adults that they're not going to change. They don't care if they get it, and they don't care if you get it from them. So until the government, just like with CPS, until those in the position of authority make a leadership decision and just do it, then this virus is going to continue to spread. It is what it is. There's just no way around it. No matter what happens, some people are not going to wear a mask. No matter what happens, they don't care. And that's just where we are. Because what else do you need if you live in the state of Ohio to convince you that you should change your behavior? What else do you need? Dale writes, Nate struck a chord today. Oh yeah, I hit some nerves today. Good. I'm glad. Hopefully you'll hear what I'm saying and you won't just like dismiss it. I'm here to trigger. Good. Great. Nat writes, some of these no good so-called parents shouldn't have had kids. Yeah, it's just amazing. Some people just say whatever they want to say, I guess. I don't know. Some of the stuff that I've heard today, it don't make no sense whatsoever. I can't not lie to you and tell you otherwise, but it is what it is. People can have their opinions. Sean writes, so many emotions. Yeah, I must have touched a nerve. Somebody writes, if that's the case, a whole lot of people wouldn't be here. You're right about that, Sheila. It is. You're right about that. Terrence writes, I'm willing to bet nobody here now has had to deal with a global pandemic. Everyone must adapt. Exactly. Adapt. That's how human beings have survived to this point on this planet. Adapting. And that's what parents and CPS are going to have to do. It is what it is. Now, I know we live in a Candyland, sugarcoat society where, you got to spoon feed everybody, the truth. But I don't want to do that. I ain't doing that. I'm going to give it to you real as possible. And, how people take it is on them. Gladys writes, somebody get this baby an edible. What? Donnie writes, ouch. I think that was that's when Danita was on. Lee writes, he getting the mama bear treatment today. I can hear that. Let me see. Danita writes, no, we have to stand by our word choice. 100%. 100%. Crystal writes, period. Jericho writes, Nathan, your condescending tone and judgmental comments are ridiculous. Take it however you want to take it. Tracy writes, adapt, you have no choice. Exactly. Nat writes, she disrespectful with the flapping the guns comment. Show some respect. It's an opinion. Exactly. I guess I hit a nerve. It is what it is. Good. Jericho writes, Nathan, weren't you raised by grandparents? Yes, I was raised by my grandparents who came from the South. Just like a lot of people that live in north of the Ohio River. A lot of black folks, many black folks migrated from the South. Like my grandparents were born in the South, migrated to the North, seeking opportunities, getting away from that Jim Crow law. Now, of course, they came to the North and had to deal with racism on a whole different levels. But you're right about that, Jericho, you're right. And my grandparents was keep it straight kind of people, as were a lot of Southern people, just cut from a different cloth. I'm sure my grandparents were no different from your grandparents, right? Just cut from a different cloth, right? Very, I was going to say emotional. That's not the word. But of course, displayed that love and all that kind of stuff, but kept it Rizzo 100%. It is what it is. Like I grew up in a household, and I said it before, where, they would talk about politics and current events all the time. My grandparents, people in the community, My grandparents' home, that front porch on Hackberry was kind of like everybody on the street would come over to the Jacksons and hang out on the front porch. And they'd be, debating. They'd be arguing. It would be serious. You know what I'm saying? But it was all, at the end of the day, just a conversation. You still getting love, and dinner's still going to be on the table at 6, 7, and you just move on. So that's what's in me. I have no problem with it. I'm raising my daughter right now. I'm not raising my daughter to be a yes person. I've told her straight up, if daddy say something that's wrong and you disagree, share your opinion. And trust me, she does just that. Be careful what you ask for, because you will get it. Trust me. Danietta writes, you may need a handout and a hand up. But we know that, Danietta. That comes without saying. That goes without saying. Jericho writes, Nathan, didn't the community help raise you? Oh, absolutely. 100%. But it was my mother's responsibility. You know what I'm saying? 100%. It was my father's responsibility. This all seems to be very basic to me. I'm surprised that I think it's just personal. I think it's because it's coming from me. That's what I think it is. I think if somebody else was saying this, then people would interpret it differently. That's what I'm picking up on. But I could be wrong about that. Gladys writes, on a serious note, I hear real frustration and pressure there. I hope she now has the support she needs. I worry about my sisters, even the ones I don't know. Absolutely. Nat writes, single dad here, and I'm responsible. Absolutely. Thank you for saying that. You are responsible. Let me see. Sean writes, stop choosing your career over your family. They don't want to hear that, Sean. Don't tell them that. Rachel writes, 2 different arguments. Thank you, Rachel. I did hear 2 different arguments going on. It was like 2 different conversations. One was a conversation about what CPS was doing. That's what I was talking about. Other people were talking about what the community should do, and that's a whole separate conversation. You know what I'm saying? Which I agree with those opinions, quite honestly. But that happens sometimes when you're having conversations. Like, people will weave in their narrative into what you're trying to say. I think that happened this morning, and I'm okay with it. It is what it is. Donnie writes, you and your wife, what if you don't have a wife and a second income? Single parenting is real. Well, 2 things about that, Donnie. There are people out there that are single income parents, and they make as much money, if not more money, than 2 parents. And then number 2, even in that scenario, those parents on November 23rd, they're going to have to make it work. There's no fact. Facts on facts on facts. There's no way around that. It is what it is. Let me see. Rachel writes, Nate, you did say you shouldn't have had them. Well, I stand by that. Let me say it again. If you're a parent, you should not have children that you can't take care of. Period. And if you're a parent and you have children, you should be prepared to take care of them. You should be prepared to take care of them, period. If that means all by yourself, then that may be what you have to do. Just so we're clear. Is there anybody that disagrees with that? I think Danita disagreed with that. She didn't want to answer that question or something like that. I can't remember. Let me see. Sean writes, that is why marriage is so important. Keeping God's law is so important. Ooh, now you're bringing up the religion part about it. That people can make that argument. I won't make that argument per se. But I know that religious folks will say, that's the reason why you should be married before you have a child, because that's the way it should be. People can have that opinion. It is what it is. Crystal writes, I don't think Nate meant it that way. Thank you, Crystal. Daryl writes, people miss Nate's point. Thank you, Daryl. They did. People heard what they wanted to hear and then projected it onto me. That's what happened. But again, that comes with the territory, family. It's just all conversation. It is what it is. But I hope that I've been clear about that. With the conversation that we had, and people want to challenge my opinion, or they want me to clarify. I'm more than willing to clarify. You can come up with any scenario you want to. On November 23rd, I'll say this for the 15th time. On November 23rd, 2020, CPS is going virtual. Period. And that means that the parents whose children have been going to school for 2 days of the week are going to have to make it work. Just like those parents have been making it work when CPS decided to go virtual in the first place. This seems to be a very simple thing, but it is what it is. Let me see. Terrence writes, everyone is throwing around, I'm a single mother. Well, I'm a divorced father with shared parenting. 3 kids in public schools, and I work second shift. We all are spread thin and must adapt. Some have people to lean on, others don't. Some utilize services, others don't. Why is this causing such an emotional response? It is the world we are all facing right now. Terrence, I don't get it either. But again, I must have triggered some people this morning. It must have touched a nerve. Sometimes people can hear things. And again, I give people that latitude. Sometimes they can hear things, they maybe not hear it. They hear it wrong. Or maybe sometimes it needs to be clarified. So hopefully I've clarified it, so people understand exactly where I'm coming from. Let me see. Kimberly writes, misinterpretation is real. Yes, it is. It was facts in the chop shop this morning, but that's okay. That's okay. That's why it's incumbent upon me as the host. That's why I take the time and give the floor to the people to call in so we can get on the same page. There's no divide. We all on the same page, but misinterpretation is real. It's real. Oh man, Donnie writes, no, Nate missed his point. Couldn't be further. No, you missed my point, Donnie. That's what the point was. You had a different point that you injected into this. I could never miss my own point. Nah, I'm not dumb. Don't play me like that. No. No, you missed my point, and then you had a point that was separate than my point, and so I had to make sure I clarified it as much as possible. See here. Got a 903 number coming in. Sean writes, an emotional rant, damn it, hanging on every damn word. Sean writes, Nate, please move on, sir. I'll move on when it's necessary. That was at 10:40. No. This is something people want to talk about. We should talk about it. I'm here for that. We got multiple things going on. You're always welcome to call in and add to the conversation. Lee writes, that's right. We can agree to disagree. Absolutely. Let me see. Ivy writes, please move on. Mecca writes, you tell them, bro. All right. Let me see here. Let me go back to the phones. Good morning. Welcome to the show.
What's going on, Brother Ivy?
Hey, what's good?
What's going on, sir?
Brother Powell.
Watch out. Say that again, because I want to say something about me feeling that sister in yourself. Brother Ivy, being born 14, 15, race street, apartment 1055, I'm not going to brag on the have and have nots. And definitely say we were one of the ones who definitely didn't have nothing. Brother Ivy, when I heard her speaking, I felt bad. Like you see, the key is not the callers, but it's the listeners. When a person typed earlier that they felt bad for her or they were feeling what she was saying, when you're born and raised with the struggle, and you said to yourself, Ivy, in the end, that you wasn't born with a silver foot in your mouth. So I felt like she was just talking about her struggle, things that she's been through as far as things that she had to make sacrifice for her kids. And we both didn't always have it, Brother Ivy. You know what I'm saying? It's like sometimes if I look at my life, like my parents, my mother, because I don't even deal with my father because he was not there. So my Madeir, I call her Madeir, from downtown, she had a lot of mental illness. So I had a struggle coming up, Brother Ivy. Now there was no plan. I don't know how, I'm 49. We didn't have no baby daddy situation with them. I had to pay child support. Like Papa was the Rolling Stone. So I didn't have the example in my life. So struggle, listening to that sister, I was like, man, you know what? That's sad. Because I know in my own life, I didn't have that father. I didn't have that parenting system. So economically, because of that, we had a lot of struggles, Brother Ivy. So I feel like what she was saying is that it wasn't planned. And in our culture as a whole, people don't be honest. And I agree with a lot of things you were saying as far as parenting and planning and education, but I didn't have that. You know what I'm saying, Brother Ivy? So when she was talking about like mistakes that they made, maybe not been her children or, society or the community, if you look at it, Nathan Ivey, to me, Avondale, Bond Hill, over the Rhine, urban communities are different to me than, Indian Hill, economically different us and them. And people won't be honest with that, but that's how I see it. So when you were saying, have a plan, which is good, I think that's like a new concept to us, believe it or not, sad truth to me. Have a plan, be organized, make sure you educated, make sure you have these plans for your children. I think as a whole, we as a community, we getting there, Brother Ivy, but it was not always there. And so when she was saying that, I'm like, I felt like a single sister, and I don't know her situation, but I can assure you that I still live in the arms, so we ain't got to argue who got it, who don't have. But I see it every day. I think that she was just saying more of, be careful, Brother Ivy, what you say, how you say it, because it hurt. It got like personal. You feel me? And I felt her, what she was saying. And I felt what you were saying. Because you know me, Brother Ivy, I don't brag on having nothing. No, I get it by day, and I bless the Lord that I'm good in politics, which was an accident. But I really felt what she was saying as far as the struggle. And some parents, and this, Brother Ivy, they don't have opportunity, which is okay. That's how life is. And you were saying, Brother Ivy, to me, like, no matter how you do it, like I do for myself, you're going to have to make this work. You're going to have to go out there and struggle. You're going to have to just make better for our own babies. And I think it was truth on both sides. As one of the callers said earlier, the brother who just got off, it's truth on both sides. Like, do plan, do be organized. But things happen, and you understand it, Brother Ivy. You were, like you said earlier, you were born no silver spoon in your mouth, but you understand the struggle. So I like what both people were saying, because one is what we need the path we need to go on, and the other was just saying how sometimes it just don't pan out. Sometimes we have plans, but they just don't work out. That's life. That's life, man. That's what I heard on both sides. Because you're right, and I know the superintendent, and I'm the one that push issue 17 for our babies. But at the end of the day, I just heard two truths, and we got to learn to agree to disagree and still put a plan together. And it's so funny, Brother Ivy, I learned all this about you personally because you and me was downtown a couple of years ago. And when you decided to have your own show, we were going to sit down and do a plan, economic, social, political, for the station and take our community a different way. And me and you sat down. I remember you telling about your grandparents and how you was raised, and me talking about how I was raised. We're going to sit down and talk. So, I think that we're going to still go there. We're going to do that. I'm glad that we get emotional, because then it makes us start thinking and planning. Because I didn't have the examples that she was talking about, Brother Ivy. And then I had my lifestyle like she was talking about. So I saw both sides. And I'm in a building with 500 people in Walnut Hills, the arms, and I see it daily. Because we don't always have a plan. We make mistakes, and our children are not that, but it happens. I'm guilty of that. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I see it. I'm glad it happened, because it makes us start thinking, and we can start communicating. And our leaders can take us a different rate, a different angle. So we economic, socially, politically, we can advance as a whole. That's how it works, man. I think it was a good topic. Good point, too. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So that's my little rant, brother.
Well,
that's
no,
my rant.
I appreciate it, man.
Yeah,
I appreciate it.
And the one thing about you, brother, I'm glad you said this, because those of us that know you as a person, come on, man, we know that you're not going to be out here putting people down and not wishing the best for our community as a whole. Because I know you personally. I know you're a good guy. You know what I'm saying? I know your wife is a good guy. I know you're a concerned father. And brother, I didn't have that. And as you told me before, you didn't have people think you was brought up in a whole different aspect. You got a big old house. Not that you don't, or a limo, and you got a lot of money, but I think it's a concept of us, because all of us don't have it like that. And I think you understand it, brother. And I know I do. So I know you as a person. So I know your character, man. Yeah, and hers too, because you can hear the pain in her, what she was saying. And I felt bad, look, so I ain't got a lot, but if I had something to help her, I'm not saying that she needed nothing. Now I'd have been there, the best to my little small ability, because we like that as a community, man. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I like both sides. Yeah,
appreciate it.
On that note, good brother, that's my only point. All right, brother, you have a good one.
Yeah, you too, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, some of this, man. Literally, on any other day, I wouldn't even dignify some of this with a response, quite honestly. But I'm doing that just because, what I'm hearing is some people were either mishearing me or misinterpreting. Because normally some of this stuff I would just, okay, thanks, and keep on moving. But anybody who watches this show or even heard me for any length of time, you already know where I'm coming from. You know what I'm saying? Latchkey kids, Section 8, the whole 9 yards. Believe me, I know what it's like to not have food and be hungry. So that I don't even have to go there. But like I said, two different conversations going on. If you hear what I'm saying and that's how you interpret it, then oh well, it is what it is. But if you want me to clarify for you, I'll try my best to try to clarify. At the end of the day, I ain't trying to change anybody's opinion. I'm just simply here to give you mine. And if that can spark a conversation, then so be it. But I think I've been pretty rock solid on how I feel about it. If anybody has any misinterpretation at this point, that's on you. I think I've done a good job of trying to say how I feel about this particular thing. And I stand by what I said. I don't know what to tell you. If you're looking for me to say that I'm wrong, I don't feel that way. If I did, I have no problem being corrected and changing my opinion midstream. When you get more information, then it might change your opinion. I ain't heard that this morning, quite honestly. But I have heard some people make some really, really good points about some things that I definitely agree with. But again, on November 23rd, CPS is going virtual for everybody. And that's going to affect, again, I wish I had these numbers, but I'd like to know, what are the numbers of the people in CPS that are still doing the hybrid model? Because that's what's going to affect. It's not going to affect anybody else. If you go to Wanna Hills, what they decided don't affect you. If you chose virtual, what they decided in CPS board last night don't affect you. It really only affects that percentage of the CPS population that has still been doing the in-school learning option, which to this point is 2 days a week. So I'll say it again. For these 5 days a week, now you're losing these 2 days, parents are going to have to do what they got to do. I wish it was different. I wish we was never here. I wish my son could go to school every day because that's what he needs. As a kindergarten, he needs to be in school every single day in front of his teacher, getting that education and getting all of that. That's what he deserves. However, anybody else want to read into it, that's on you. I mean, I can't change it. I ain't trying to. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. All right, let me see here. I want to give you some more up-to-date information. We can rock till 12. Y'all down with this? I got a meeting at 12:30, but we can rock till 12. If you want to call in, you got the number, 513-873-7134. I don't know what Mike DeWine is going to say today. He's got a big meeting. They do this every, 2 or 3 times a week. The coronavirus cases are surging. If he decides to lock down the state, I'm with it. I'm with it. I wish it was otherwise. I sympathize with everybody who's going to be affected. But that might be the best thing for the state to do in terms of dealing with coronavirus. Because, again, if we were able to do this on our own, we would be doing it right now. And without a vaccine in the market right now, we're just kind of left out. We just left to the actions of adults. And so far, it ain't good. People want to go to parties. People want to go to concerts. People want to go, hang out with their family. And again, I want to do all those things too. I get it. But as it relates to COVID-19, that might not be the smartest thing to do. And we already know it. Some people don't want to wear a face mask. We are where we are, family. We are where we are. We can't change it right now. I wish we had a president and a Congress that was more responsive to the needs of the people. But we don't. I wish that, we had more money from the stimulus package because that would really help, working class folks. But we don't. And it is what it is. So the big question now is will Mike DeWine unveil new restrictions today? I don't have an inside track on it. It's a good shot. And I think a good indication is the fact that just yesterday, CPS decided to go back to 100% virtual. That's, to me, a good indication. Maybe the good folks of the CPS and the superintendents got some advanced information. That would make sense. This goes back to businesses. I'm consistent in this. There's a lot of entrepreneurs and small businesses and medium-sized businesses that are going to be forever changed. And in fact, they might close because of COVID-19. And that's unfortunate. That's very unfortunate. But we are where we are. And I think the larger issue is COVID-19. Because COVID-19 threats to really shut this all down. Again, that vaccine is on the horizon. Let me see what I can find for you here. That vaccine is from Pfizer, everybody's favorite drug company. The stock is surging right now after the news about this new vaccine. And it's just a whole bunch of question marks about it. There's a whole bunch of question marks about it. It really is. Like, number one, do you agree with this 90? They're saying it's 90% effective. Does that sound true to you? That sounds a little bit different. Apparently, there's going to be some issues in terms of the storage of it, the transportation of the virus of the vaccine, because it has to be kept like in a really, really cold state, like on dry ice. What does that mean for the less affluent communities out there. What does that mean exactly? I don't know. Is this going to be readily available? Are you going to trust it? I mean, bump everything else. The first question is, if they put this on the market, are you going to trust it? I read an article from Bloomberg this morning that suggested that because of the deep freeze hurdle in terms of transporting it, that it may be a vaccine that immediately is going to be accessible for the very wealthy. Again, I say, what does that mean for working class families? How quickly will the effects of it take place? Will it be in place fast enough so that we can get back to normal sometime next year? I don't know. I mean, we'll find out together, family. I do not know. TNT writes, like and share today's show. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Let me see. Amina writes, that's unfair, Nathan. I don't think anything I've said this morning is unfair. Everything I've said is facts. You might interpret it that way, but the facts are not fair or unfair. It is what it is, family. I'm not here to lie to you. We are in the middle of a pandemic. And I'm not sure when his press conference is. What time they usually do them, like about 2 or something like that? Well, we can find out at 2 o'clock that the state's going to shut down. So if the state shuts down because the governor feels as if it's the best thing to do to stop the spread of the virus, is that unfair to businesses? Some would say yes. I would say that there's a similarity between that. So like if CPS shuts down in terms of no in-school option, is that unfair to working families? To me, that's very similar to the conversation about businesses. As I said just a second ago, if the state shuts down, if they say, listen, we're shutting down the bars again, is that unfair to the bar owners? Well, if you're a bar owner, yeah, you're going to say it's unfair. You're shutting me down. To the larger society, there's a question mark there. I'd say no. It's not unfair. But, it is what it is. Sean writes, no disrespect, just facts. That's how I see it. Only facts detected this morning. Terrence writes, everyone has to be prepared to adapt to life. Why are we stuck on something so simple? Terrence, I don't get it either. I don't get it. If you have a child, you have to be prepared to adapt. You may not know exactly what you're adapting to, but you're going to have to adapt. It is what it is. If the internet shut down tomorrow and I'm no longer able to do this show and build out the CDM network, and it cuts off an income stream, are you going to stop out of the house and take care of my kids? You might. You might drop off a little care package here or there. I can see that. But at the end of the day, guess who's responsible? You're looking at them. And it's just what it is. I mean, it seems to be so simple, but it is what it is. Donnie writes, the extra commentary was so disrespectful. No, it wasn't. I mean, you might interpret it that way, but no, it wasn't. That's what I do. I do commentary. If it triggers you, if it enrages you, then so be it. It is what it is. Don writes, she is asking for you to show a little empathy, Nathan. I always show empathy. We beyond empathy, Don. We are in the middle of a pandemic. We're in the middle of a pandemic. COVID ain't showing no empathy. Ask COVID to show empathy. Ask these government officials to show empathy. Release the dollars. Release the Kraken. Get them stimulus checks going. That's where the sympathy comes in. I mean, we live in a city surrounded by so many Fortune 500 companies. This should be easy. Should be easy. A lot of wealth in this city. Let's share it. Let's make sure everybody has what they need so we can all get through this as a family. That's where the empathy comes from. For me, I've already given it. I'm here to give you the facts. Let me see. Rachel writes, collect, agree, and disagree. Absolutely. Ivy writes, if people are realistic and somewhat responsible, you should know whether or not you can take care of your children. Please, sir, no to the next call. She's upset and entitled to her feelings next, please. Yeah. Everybody, listen, everybody can feel the way they want to feel 100%. No doubt about that. Let me see here before we roll out of here. I'm with you till 12. I may take a break and then come back and take your phone calls and your comments. Why not? We here at 11:30. I can rock till 12. I got to be off by 12, though. I got something going on at 12:30. We can definitely do it. 100%. I'm down with you. We need something like this in these COVID days and days and nights. It's a crazy world out here. I want to go back, come back around, though. I want to talk about Jeff Pastor again. In particular, I want to talk about this article that was written by Jason Williams in the Cincinnati Enquirer. I read this. I'm like, bro, what are you talking about? This culture of corruption from Republicans and Democrats. And if you want to make that argument, okay, I mean, you could look at the text messaging thing with the Gang of Five, and you could say that's corruption. To me, I think it was a waste of time and money. And now that Tamaya Denard and now Jeff Pastor have been, had their issues with the feds and corruption charges, it definitely opens the door for that. But I read this man's article. He started talking about Yvette Simpson and Wendell Young, and I'm like, what in the hell? How is Wendell Young and Yvette Simpson a part of the culture of corruption because they were doing what they were supposed to do as members of city council, and he was taking it back to this children's hospital deal when they wanted to expand into over the Rhine. Well, current members of city council are at large. They're voted on or elected at large. It means they represent everybody. They don't represent individual communities. So if there's something that's impacting Avondale and you got two African-American members of the council saying, well, hold up, before you do this, is there something here for the community? How is that not their job? Crazy talk. Makes no sense whatsoever. People was calling that a shakedown. That wasn't a shakedown. That was members of the council doing what members of the council are supposed to do. As the deals come through, and if city council is in a position to rubber stamp it, to make it go through, they should think it all the way through and decide who is supposed to get what and how that particular neighborhood is going to be benefited. I don't get it, man. But I see how, some people in the media are going to run this. It's all a part of it. Ridiculous. And then this whole thing with the streetcar he wrote about, I'm like, is that how people look at it? The streetcar is an example of the culture of corruption. I thought the streetcar, and I still believe that the streetcar was a good idea. You got to take it back to the context because sometimes we don't do that. That streetcar conversation came up when Obama was in office. Obama was trying to use the federal dollars or the might of the federal government to spend more federal dollars to promote infrastructure spending. Americans working on the American infrastructure. That makes sense, right? And as a part of that, he was going to the different states saying, listen, y'all should be investing in multiple options of transportation. I still think it was a mistake for John Kasich, the then Republican suck MC governor, to deny those grants. It was hundreds upon hundreds of millions of dollars of grants so that Ohio could have a light rail system that would have connected the three C's, Cincinnati, Columbus, and Cleveland. It made sense. But we didn't do that. That money went first to Florida, then to California, and they took it in California. We should have did that here in Ohio. It would have put Ohioans to work to create another method of transportation. I don't get it, man. But the narrative that he's spinning, right, I ain't buying. I just don't. As I read this article early this morning, I'm like, what? What is this? The streetcar is an example of the culture of corruption now? No, it's not, Jason Williams. It's an example of trying to move the region forward. And I'll say it like I've been saying it. I bet if you go back and you do any research and you look at the way that the politics and the conversation was surrounding the subway system. Some of you may know, some of you may not know, there's a subway in Cincinnati. I guarantee you, I'd be willing to bet, should I say, that the conversation that led to them starting the subway and then stopping the subway was probably very similar to the conversation that led to us above ground starting the streetcar and then not going forward with it. We need that streetcar to go all the way up Reading Road for it could be a real resource to people. And people would drive. People would ride. If it just went up to Uptown, to Cleve, to the Coreyville area, man, them college students would be on there all the time, going down to Ryan Guys, going down to the bars and going back and forth. It'd pay for itself. But if you build a loop that only goes from the river to over the Rhine, hell, the Finley Market, of course. What is that? But that's just me. What's your take on it? 513-873-7134 if you want to share your thoughts this morning. I'm more than willing to receive it this morning. I love to hear it. And we can always agree to disagree. Oh, man. So Jared's asked me a question. No, to answer your question, no, a mother is not wrong for that, in my opinion. Because once your child is here, you got to do what you got to do. So my mother was on welfare, and she didn't like it. She would talk about it all the time. She just didn't like it. And I guess there was a stigma attached to it. Now, quite honestly, I feel like as a parent, you got to do what you got to do. As a taxpayer, I have no problem paying for a social safety net. I'll say it for the umpteenth time. Got no problem with it. Because we don't win if you got hungry children out here. I don't want desperate mothers out here willing to do whatever they got. The next meal. So to answer your question, no, it doesn't. Let me see. Mecca writes, it's not that we have to be prepared. I wasn't prepared as a father, but we have to be a mindset of wanting to take the responsibility as fathers and mothers. Facts on facts. Yeah, Jack writes, if you are not prepared to take care of your children, don't bring them to this world. Yeah, absolutely, Jack. Agreed. No, we're not gonna call names. No, I'm not gonna do that. Donnie writes, so if I lose my job tomorrow, your response is that I shouldn't have had kids, Nate? Well, I don't know where you're coming with that. Don't even make any sense per what I've said, Donnie. But if you lose your job tomorrow, you're going to be responsible for your son. That's my point. So you got a job today, but if you lose your job tomorrow, ultimately, at the end of the day, you are still going to be responsible for your son. Now, if you lose your job tomorrow, I believe in a social safety net. And as a taxpayer, I would much rather spend my dollars on a social safety net than on a bingo stadium. It ain't even no conversation. This FC Cincinnati stadium, don't even talk about that. To me, there's no comparison. So just to make sure we're clear about that, to any parent who's listening, whether you got a job, whether you don't have a job, whether you were born with a silver spoon in your mouth, whether you were not, if you make that decision, I can't believe I got to say this to grown folks. This seems so basic, but I'll do it anyway. I'll humor you. Whether you have a job or not, you're going to be responsible for your children ultimately. So let me make it more consistent to our conversation. Let me bring it back to CPS and the pandemic. Whether there's a pandemic, whether there's not a pandemic, you are responsible for your child. Whether CPS offers virtual learning or hybrid or in-school learning, you are responsible for your child. Is there anybody that doubts that? Please raise your hand. I don't think so. I don't think so. Oh, man. I'm with you, Letty. I'm with you 100%. We are getting along. This is what we do. It's all part of it. Let me see here. Oh, man. Did they put that fire out on the Brent Spence Bridge? I don't have to traverse that every single day, so I don't know. I just know that it was on fire earlier. Boat sprays water on semi on fire. That's a bad spot. That's a bad spot to be in. I can only imagine what it did to traffic. Amina writes, when you say parents are whining, that is minimizing. Well, point of fact is some parents are whining. Amina, it is whining. Yeah, it is. Sometimes the truth hurts. It is what it is. At the end of the day, on November 23rd, CPS is going virtual. I mean, I hear what y'all saying, but I wish I could change it, y'all. I really do. But I don't have that power. I can't change it. And if I could change it, I wouldn't, quite honestly. Matter of fact, if I could change it, we would have been virtual the whole time. Y'all would have really been mad at me. We would have been virtual the whole time. We never would have went to a hybrid system whatsoever. We would have been virtual the entire time. 100% virtual. At your home school, if it was up to me. But I don't make those decisions. Ivy writes, you are not going to agree. Her turn says it all. You were not disrespectful, Nate. Next call, please. Ivy is consistent on this. I appreciate it. Again, I hope I wasn't disrespectful. I don't want to be disrespectful to my people. We get too much of that at other places. I ain't trying to give you that here. We get that. No. That's not the point of this show. You know, there's too many other media platforms that disrespect our people. I ain't trying to be a part of that. So no, that's never me. And you can always get the last word. You call into the show, I'm the host. I'll be gracious. I'll give you the last word. As long as you ain't being disrespectful. You can always get your thoughts in and agree to disagree today, tomorrow, and whenever. But it doesn't mean I'm going to agree with you if I disagree with you. Kimberly writes, no, not at all. I honestly don't think that's what he was saying. Thank you. Thank you. Not at all. Terrence writes, Nate, you are disrespectful by saying be responsible no matter what comes up. Nate, you don't understand that people need only to be spoke to in a positive and sad ways. Hashtag sarcasm. Exactly. What he just said. It is what it is, fam. This is good for us. This is good. It's going to be a great show. You know what I'm saying? A little friction, a lot of friction sometimes. It always makes for a better show. All right. Let me see here. That's crazy. Kentucky AG Daniel Cameron joins election lawsuit in Pennsylvania, further proving that he's not a part of the family. The hell? The hell is going on? This is crazy. There will be a smooth transition to a second Trump administration. Did you hear this from Mike Pompeo, who, as I understand right now, is, what is he, the CIA? He's the Secretary of State. And in a recent interview, he said, well, he was asked, so what are you doing to transition, to the next administration? And he said, quote, there will be a peaceful transition to a second Trump term. And I don't know if people are really paying attention to that. To me, I'm starting to pay more and more attention to this. Trump is not going away. People that voted for Trump are not going away. And that could be a real problem for Joe Biden if Georgia doesn't go for the Democrats. If you're somebody who cares about this, if you're someone who believes that the Democrats should be, they need to get the majority in the U.S. Senate, then I would urge you to reach out. I mean, as I understand it, that they're going to be reaching out to people doing phone banking. You don't have to live in Georgia if you want to help that get out the vote effort. Because if the Republicans get it, we already saw what Mitch McConnell's going to do. We already saw it. You know what I'm saying? Gangster. He going to do what he want to do, how he wants to do it. He don't care what the public think. And not only do we know that, but 70 million Americans are not going to take it out on him. I mean, like I said, you from the outside looking in previous to the election last week, you might have thought that the Republicans were going to lose big. Look at what they did with the Democrats and the judicial appointees and the Supreme Court justice. And it looked like voters, by and large, white and black, Democrat and Republican, en masse as a collective, didn't take it out on them. So it is what it is at this point. Something to keep your eyes open, family. I mean, Trump is acting very dictatorship-ish. He's acting like this is a dictatorship. We'll see. I've been reading that he's talking about starting a media company, maybe a national PAC. I mean, all those things could be in play. But right here, right now, for the next 70 plus days, he's in power. It is what it is. We're going to have to deal with it. Nat writes, is this the caller's show or Nate's? Oh, absolutely mine. No doubt about that. There's no doubt about that. But the callers are always a very, useful part of it. Absolutely. Your opinion does matter. Lee writes, then if they have extra family support, the family should step in and help out. Absolutely. Let me see. I have driven to Kroger, got what I needed, checked out, and I'm back in the car, and my good sis is still going. Ivy writes, thank you. Gladys writes, don't ever underestimate a black woman's tenacity. Absolutely. Nat writes, preach again. Danietta writes, that's different than what you said earlier, Nate. No, it's not. You need to replay your own tapes, or no, it's not. I'm saying the exact same thing. I'm owning it because I believe it. I don't need to sugarcoat it. I don't need to run from it. And it doesn't really bother me that people disagree. Like you disagreeing, Donnie, that don't bother me at all. Danietta, Donnie, Danita, whoever. I mean, I don't say what I have to say to get agreement. It is what it is. Terrence writes, or a black man's really anyone. Absolutely. Danietta writes, where was the compassion earlier this morning? It was there. You just missed it. You didn't see it. Don writes, it was your wording, not the message. Okay. I mean, I stand by the wording. I mean, I've said it 15 times, maybe more than that on the show. I stand by it. It is what it is. Let me see. Crystal writes, let's go Chop Shop extended version. Yeah, Rachel writes, Nate has made privileged and chauvinistic comments in the past, but that's what I expect from him. Oh, so now this is some old ish coming up. That's what I thought. Donnie writes, thanks, fam. Y'all need to stop. Stop it. The nonsense needs to end. Don't give a damn. Let me see here. Marcus writes, I'm late. What did Nate say? Facts on facts on facts. Absolutely. Crystal writes, disgusted. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, Jack. 100%. Tracy writes, I mean, as a parent, whether the pandemic or not, you got to do what you got to do. People that want to run with it, that's their issue. Let them run with it. Glasses writes, Pastor blocked me. I'll let you guess why. Jeff Pastor? Is he back on Facebook? Let me double check here. Really? How'd he block you, Gladys? No, that's his right. Is his Facebook page. Let me see here. That's hilarious. I'm on Facebook. I don't see him posting anything. Again, I feel for that brother, man. I hope he gets little time. Same thing with Tim Nye. I don't want to see either one of them go to jail. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see that. They got caught. It is what it is. She admitted her guilt. Maybe Jeff Pastor will admit his guilt in the near future and cop a plea, which, if recent history is any indication, that's probably what they'll do. But I don't want to see either one of them. That I don't want to see her go to jail. I don't want to see Jeff go to jail. I want to see them bounce back, quite honestly. I stand by what I said. I mean, I thought that Tamaya Denard had a lot of potential. I loved a lot of her politics and things that she said. I stand by all of that. I'm not going to step away from it because, some unfortunate things have happened per her own actions. I thought that she would have been a great mayor. I stand by that. It is what it is. With Jeff Pastor, even though he's a Republican, I said before, I got no problem with Republicans. I got a problem with people that use politics against our community. I thought the brother was in a position to do something very, very powerful and positive for our community. I stand by that. People voted for Jeff for a reason. They connected with him. When they saw him speak or they heard his platform, they thought that he was going to do something positive. I can see why. I can see that. It didn't go that way. I don't know what the rules are. I don't know if you can be convicted of these kind of crimes and then run for office again. But if they can, I hope the best for them. Simple as that. And for people thinking about running for elective office in the near future, it's a wake-up call. Simple as that. What I would hope, though, is I hope this doesn't discourage anybody from running. Like if you're thinking about running for city council, and you feel like you have something to share with the community or whatever position it might be, then you should do that. You should do that. 100%. If you feel that way, don't let this stop you. Just don't get caught up in the bribe scheme. That's it. That's it. And I'm not going to be overly suspicious of the next brother or sister that steps up and runs for city council. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to leave this right where this is. That the responsibility of these scandals on city council fall at the doorstep of the people that were involved. So whether it be the so-called Gang of Five, or whether that be Tamaya Denard, or whether that be Jeff Pastor, that's on y'all. I ain't absorbing it. I'm not internalizing it. And I'm not going to project it on the next person that steps up. So when the next sister steps up and she talking real, right? And she telling the mayor or whoever else that I don't need to be white-splained to, and she's working on building Black Wall Street, and she's talking about equity for Black people, and I'm not going to look at her suspiciously. I'm not going to think, oh, that's Tamaya Denard, and she must be taking developer money. I'm not going to do that. I'm just not going to do it. I don't think that'd be fair. For the next young Black Republican, coming up in that Jeff Pastor sort of vein, I'm not going to look suspiciously at them. I mean, it is what it is. When the truth comes out, it comes out. We'll deal with it. But before that, I'm going to take them for face value. It is what it is. That's it. Simple as that. Trisha Mackey's commentary during the city unrest was racist, inappropriate, and unprofessional. I don't rock with her at all. Well, you already know, Crystal. Me and Trisha Mackey, when she did that, what did she do? Did she do a little news segment with Christopher Smitherman when his wife was dying? Remember that? I thought that was disrespectful. I thought it was exploitative. I thought that that they were exploiting that whole situation. RMP to the Dilly Department, Mr. Smitherman's wife. And again, I just thought it was very exploitative. They sat up there and they was playing the tapes. I'm like, what? What's the point? All over some text messages. It just seemed too more. It seemed too much for me. Charles writes, 138 years. Sheesh, I didn't know that either. 138 years? Damn. Damn. Really? Gladys writes, what? So Black men just supposed to let another Black man extort them and shake them down? Again, I understood what Fang was trying to say. I get it. In terms of like this Black dude being involved. I can see how a Black person and Black people can look at it that way. People in general. If you're looking at in Duke way, like, why you do this to another brother? I get it. Oh, but I blame Jeff Pastor. That's who committed the crime. I mean, listen, if the FBI try to set you up, that don't mean they're going to get you. I seen a video once. It was funny. It was a video and it was a woman and she was trying to use one of her friends to set up her, we'll just say husband. I'm not sure they were husband and wife. Could have been fiance, something like that, boyfriend. But she was trying to set up her the man she was in a relationship with by having one of her friends try to get at him, right? To see if he was going to fall for it, right? And so I guess it was out. It wasn't like in a house situation. He was like out and about in the club anyway. Friends goes up to the man trying to see if he's going to bite. Dude didn't bite. And I'm not really concerned about what somebody tries to do and set you up. It's all about your character going to be on the line. If you go for it, you go for it. If you don't, you don't. It's simple as that. So I'm not upset with Ndukwe. I know some people got all these conspiracy theories and why aren't they doing this with the white folks? We just saw Larry Householder. He got set up. He going to jail or he's dealing with his consequences right now. So it can't just be a black-white thing. It is what it is, family. You know what I'm saying? If you're a member of city council and then somebody comes to you like, hey, I got 15 grand for you. I know you got an upcoming vote for this development. I got 15 grand for you. Don't take it. Get up and walk out, call the FBI. That's what you do. If you do that, guess what will happen? You won't be on the news like Jeff Pastor. Simple as that. I got nothing but straight hard love for you. I mean, it is what it is. Straight no chaser. Some people like it, some people don't. It is what it is. Let me see here. Charles writes, pastor is clearing his throat and drinking tea right now, is he? Could be. Jericho writes, he's shaming parents. No, I never did. I mean, you can say what you want to say, but that's not what I said. That might be what you want to hear, but that's not what was said. TNT writes, CPS was forced by parents to have in-school learning during a global pandemic. It's disappointing because we place students and teachers at risk for a month of complicated pretzel maneuvering, learning to satisfy a few. They should have taken this infectious disease seriously from day one. I agree with that. Everybody knows I was not in favor of any in-school learning option. And, you know, it is what it is. We all make our decisions. I thought for everybody's safety, it was better to just remain virtual. And now that they're going back to virtual, you know, it is what it is. You have to do what you got to do as a parent, period. You had the children, you responsible, 100%. Not Laura Mitchell, not the CPS school board. It's going to fall on you, no matter what your circumstances are. So it's time to posse up. It's time for families to posse up. It's time for neighbors, you know, friends and family to do what you got to do to help one another, because this is where we are. No doubt about it. And then if you look back over the last month, I mean, what was really accomplished? I don't know. Diario writes, I agree with Nate 1,000%. If you can't take care of your own kids in this pandemic, then you shouldn't have had them. They are your responsibility. That seems to me to be like a truism, Diario, but I appreciate the comment. I don't understand where people are coming from, but maybe they heard something. It could have been my voice. You know, when a black man, everybody want to hear from a black man till he stand up. Then they want you to sit down and shut up. So it could have been my black male voice rubbed some people the wrong way this morning. I mean, it comes with the territory. It is what it is. Guess what you're going to get tomorrow? The straight facts from my viewpoint, period. It is what it is. Don writes, it was the black man that was trying to line his pockets with in Duque's money. Exactly. Let me see. Sarah writes, he agrees with Fame. Gladys writes, so you're advocating for black people to be mistreated by other black people with no recourse. Terrence writes, if you can't adapt, don't know what to do, and just simply complain without any positive steps, it was inferred by his overall discourse, not just a snapshot of a standalone statement. Absolutely. Ivy writes, can you stop being so sensitive today? I agree with you. A lot of sensitivity. But that's what happens. Tiffany writes, and good morning to you, Tiffany. So why didn't he whistle blow on the others? Oh, you talking about Ndukwe? Yeah, that's a good question. That's a fair question. That's a question that jumped in my mind as well. I was having some conversations with some people in the community within the last 24 hours. They were bringing those conversations, that question up as well. That's a fair question. Like, why are you going to do this with Jeff when it's not the first time that it happened? You know what I'm saying? Or did the FBI try to do this with some other members of city council or other local elected officials and they didn't bite? But that's a fair question right there. I mean, Ndukwe should be asked that question in the community. And the question is, okay, so you told the FBI that you're tired of being shaken down. Well, who else tried to shake you down? If it's all about this culture of corruption and it's the FBI's number one mandate, that's what they said yesterday, then who else was in the shakedown? That's all fair. But I got to make a move, family. I appreciate you so much. It's been a great conversation this morning. I will be back with you tomorrow morning, bright and early at 7:30 a.m. Typically, if you're just tuning in, we rock at 7:30 a.m. live on Facebook and YouTube. Typically, we go to about 10. But today was so much going on. We had a really good topic. And I had the time that I chose to extend it to 12, but I got to make a move. I got something coming up at 12:30. So if it wasn't for that, I'd probably end about between now and 12:30 anyway, but I really appreciate it. So I want to remind you, coming up tomorrow, Midday Juice with Ask Ashley. You ask the questions and she answers, whether it's about life or love. On Friday, Is It Just Me podcast with Donnie B. She's been hot in the show today, 12:30 p.m. Make sure you check her out. I'm sure she'll be talking about everything that's happening in the week. And on Sunday, of course, the Dope Chicks Collective. And next Tuesday, of course, 7 p.m. valet service with a fast pitch. And more to follow. Let me end like this. CDM is teamed up with Shanghai Imaging, and we are looking for a female podcaster to be the host of what we think will be a very interesting relationship podcast. If you're interested, you can hit me with a direct message. What we're asking you to do is to just make a simple video. It's real simple. You can use this right here, family. You don't have to be something professional. Just use your phone and just do two to three things for us. Tell us a bit about yourself, why you think you would be, perfect for a podcast host position like this. And if you have one, tell us an interesting dating or relationship story. Real simple. It doesn't have to be 3 minutes. It can be 1 minute, but no longer than 3 minutes. And we're going to post it on the CDM page and let the audience have a vote in deciding on who the next podcast host will be. So there's a promo going around on Facebook. I'm sure maybe you've seen it. If you have not, if you see it, when you see it, please like and share it. I've already got a nice response from people and still waiting for more videos to come in. As they come in, we'll post them up on the page and give you a chance to vote on who that next podcast host should be. So looking forward to that. You ever thought about doing a podcast? This could be a great opportunity. And I'll say this right now. This is not an ordinary relationship podcast. Whatever you think it might be, you're probably, it's different. It's going to be something different. And this will mark a different kind of podcast that'll come from CDM in this partnership with Shanghai Imaging. So I'm looking forward to that. I mean, to this point, we've been doing a lot of current event podcasts, a lot of live streams. That will be a live stream podcast as well, but with a different intentionality. So I'll leave it like that. So again, family, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. I'll be back tomorrow morning at 7:30. We'll chop it up. Remember, winners focus on winning. Losers focus on winners. Have an excellent rest of your day. And we'll talk real soon. I'm Nathan Ivey, and I'm out.
Yeah. Talking to my mirror like I love you so much. Curving on my critics like I heard you, so what? You can't kill my confidence, I think I'm the man. Tally all the I ever gave on my head. Lately I've been living like I can't take a loss. They ain't wanna help me, that's what made me a boss. You can't kill my confidence, I think I'm the man. We don't give a that's what they don't understand.
I'm back again like flu season. I broke records while loose leafing. I'm coming down my roof, leaving. Don't give a I don't care. Did the for my lonesome. No wonder now I'm on one. No shortcuts on that long run. All I really want is my share. Get on my God, I told him it's nothing. In the discussion, for the feelings I throw out my pain on percussion. The disgusting. I hear them bragging about that they did, and it do not move me, not in the least. They ain't been dropping no seeds in the soil, but swear that you almost spotted the feast. I've been on go mode, show mode, showboat, rowboat, wave ride, cool shorty, too naughty, pool.